Southern India Regional Council, SIRC, branch chairpersons, respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, and my dear professional colleagues. A very warm welcome to each one of you to the 58th Regional Conference of SIRC of ICI, Daksha, Digital Horizons Ethical Edge, organized by SIRC of ICI and hosted jointly by Guntur and Vijayawada branches of SIRC of ICI. It is truly a privilege to witness this hall filled with minds committed to learning, leadership, and lifelong professional excellence. As we gather today under the inspiring theme Daksha, Digital Horizons Ethical Edge, we embrace a vision that perfectly reflects the future of our profession, where technology drives transformation, but ethics remain our strongest foundation. It is a reminder that while we continue to explore new digital frontiers, our integrity and values must always lead the way.
Every great seminar begins with a thought, but Daksha begins with a vision. As our theme unfolds, you'll notice that it is far more than a logo. It is a framework for the future of our profession, where timeless wisdom meets tomorrow's profession. At the heart of this framework lies a powerful message. One profession, one purpose. 6 domains, 6 perspectives. The journey begins with D, stands for Digital Intelligence and Transformation, encouraging us to think differently, because innovation starts where conventional thinking ends. Then leads us to A, standing for Audit and Assurance, reminding us to think responsibly. In a world driven by technology, trust remains our greatest currency.
Our third domain, K, stands for Knowledge and Compliance, inspires us to think critically, to question deeply, analyze objectively, and make informed decisions. As we move forward, S stands for Strategic Advisory, calls upon us to think strategically, to look behind numbers, create value, and shape the future of businesses. The fifth domain, H, stands for Human Capital and Leadership, teaches us to think together, because collaboration, diversity, and leadership are the true drivers of collective success. And finally, A stands for Accelerated Growth and Innovation, urges us to think ahead, to anticipate change, prepare today, and lead tomorrow. So this is Daksha.
A profession empowered by digital horizons, anchored by an ethical edge, and inspired to think differently, responsibly, critically, strategically, together, and ahead. As beautifully captured in today's opening thought, Vivekame Manishiki Nijamaina Alankaram. Wisdom is the truest ornament of a human being. May this seminar enrich our knowledge, sharpen our perspectives, and strengthen our commitment to uphold that wisdom in every professional decision we make. With that inspiring thought, let us officially commence the 58th Regional Seminar, Daksha 2026.
With that spirit of innovation, responsibility, and excellence, let us now embark on a day of insightful discussions, meaningful connections, and enriching learning. With our very first technical session on GST litigation from show cause notice to GST attack. It is my pleasure to welcome CA Bimal Jain onto the dais. With a warm round of applause, I request CA Sridhar Mupala sir to please accompany him onto the dais. CA Bimal Jain is one of India's leading voices in indirect taxation, with over 2 decades of distinguished experience in advising business, industries, and professional bodies on the evolving landscape of GST and allied indirect taxes. A chartered accountant, company secretary, and a law graduate, he brings together technical expertise, strategic insight, and practical experience across the entire spectrum of indirect taxation. As the founder of A to Z Corporation Tax Corp LLP, a specialized indirect tax advisory firm, he has guided organizations on complex matters relating to GST, customs, foreign trade policy, special economic zones, export-import laws, and legal indirect tax regimes. A prolific author and a respected educator, CA Bimal Jain is the author of an acclaimed reference work, GST Law and Commentary, now in its 10th edition. Widely regarded as a valuable resource for profession, industry, and academics. His contribution extends beyond practice into professional leadership. An engaging speaker and thoughtful after faculty. We now welcome CA Bimal Jain.
I humbly request CA Erra Tirupataya sir, Regional Council member, onto the stage, please.
now request CA Julie G. Varghese, Chairperson of Thiruvananthapuram branch, to please come forward onto the dais and present sir with shawl and bouquet.
Before we go ahead and start the session, I request our session chairman, CA Sridhar Muppala sir, Central Council member, Chairman, Public Relations Committee, Vice Chairman, Internal Audit Standards Board, to kindly grace the dais and guide us ahead with the introductory speech for today's first technical session. Sir.
Thank you, Bhargavi. A very good morning to one and all. Our most renowned speaker for the day, probably his name is sufficient. He doesn't require introduction. Vimal Jain sir, and my friend and colleague in the regional council, Tirupati Garu, all the management committee members of Guntur, Vijayawada branch, and the delegates for today's session. I wholeheartedly welcome you for today's, the 58th regional conference of SIRC of ICI. What an arrangements. Before I talk on the topic, I should wholeheartedly appreciate both Guntur, Vijayawada branch, and the SIRC team for such a tremendous arrangements what they have done and the hospitality they have extended. A wholehearted thanks to the chairman and his team. A state of Andhra Pradesh hosting a regional conference with such a vigor and the ambience which they have done it is really inspiring. That shows a way ahead in the session. And I'm sure, Subbarao Garu, that this regional conference will stand in the history and will create a new direction for the state of Andhra Pradesh with regard to the CA profession in the coming days. And as you know, the profession at 2.0 is taking a step. Chartered accountants are known for adaptability. Whenever any transition came, the best example stands is the GST. It is the chartered accountant who cannot be distinguished from GST. Today, in July 2026, if the GST collections has reached 2 lakh plus crores, it's all because of the members and chartered accountant who have shouldered the responsibilities and truly stood as a partners in nation building. I salute each one of the chartered accountant for making a GST a grand success and contributing to the revenue of the country. Not only this, coming days, India's Amrutkal period is going on. A lot of changes we are expected and we are gearing up with the members. One such example I would like to say is AI course. Whenever we are announcing a batch on the AI, whether it is level 1 or level 2, we are not able to stop with one batch. We have to give a multiple batches. That shows the passion and integrity shown by the members in adapting to the new changes, equipping them with the technology, and any such changes, we are first in the row to adapt it. That is what making us a true financial soldiers of this country. A lot of steps are already in the pipeline and for the future things are going on, all towards the betterment. The challenges are part of the way. That's what makes us stronger. When we see a challenge, it's a new direction. The day when it is converted into an opportunity, that's what gets elevated. So one more, a new milestone of this year is 75 years completion of regional councils. So this year we are completing 75 years and the state of Andhra Pradesh, Guntur and Vijayawada got an opportunity to hold such a session. So today lined up speakers, renewed speakers are with us. To start with today is the first session on GST. Vimal Jain sir, thank you for all the way coming. And let me share, people are thrilled and excited. I'm sure it's going to add a lot of value and it's a good session to take off with. With this, I wish you a happy learning for the next 2 days and have a wonderful stay. Once again, appreciate the entire SIRC team and both the branches, because the way they have worked, I'm sure none of them might have worked even for certain events at their home. That is what the passion with which they have done, and we all can see the output. I wish you a happy learning and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
We are now honored to welcome our speaker, CA Bimal Jain, to take over the session.
Good morning to all of you. Are we all ready? See, the topic which is given to me, GST litigation from so-called notice to GST 80. When GST got started on July 1, 2017, we were told that it is going to be a good and simple tax. But by heart, we all know how simple it is. It is full of complication, lot many changes, frequent changes, and we never know what can happen. And when Supreme Court come back and say it is constitutionally valid. A recent case of section 16, subsection 2, clause C, I'm just creating a background. And then I will take you through, because 1 hour is the time given to me. So within 1 hour, I will try to justify that what kind of litigation and how we need to prepare ourselves. How we can do good in GST. And what are the things happening and changing on daily basis. So though some of you must be doing GST, but those who are not doing GST, for them, GST is integral now. Any statutory audit, concurrent audit, bank audit cannot be done unless we are having fair amount of GST knowledge. So let's take a look on the subject matter and then try to take as much as possible. Recently, Supreme Court in Bhandari Scrap Traders had said that section 16, subsection 2, clause C is constitutionally valid. What is the subject matter? I'm your supplier and you all are my buyer. Recipient. Genuine and honest recipient. You have paid the amount to me and I did not deposit with the government exchequer. I did not deposit. Question is whether you can get the credit or not. Am I right? As per provision, they are saying unless supplier pays the liability, you will not be given credit. Problem is you have given the amount to me and then law is saying you will not be given credit means double pay me. It is not the end of the story. Then interest, then penalty. And penalty that under section 74, fraud, suppression, willful misstatement, I'm worried, you paid the amount to me and department saying you're doing fraud. We were thinking that we will get some relief from the High Court and Supreme Court. But what happened very recently in Bhandari Scrap Traders, Honorable Supreme Court has said it is constitutionally valid. You will not get credit unless it is paid by the supplier. Now, recently I got a call from the same petitioner, Bhandari Scrap Traders. Sir, can we file review petition in the Supreme Court? First. And second, I'm just throwing this question to all of you. Do you see any kind of relief way forward in 16 subsection 2 clause C for the past period? These are the two important questions. Let's start with. And you need to echo with me whether I'm right or wrong, and I'm finding some kind of hope that we might get relief for the past period. And how we can get the relief? Let me tell you the background. One by one. The first one. See, being honest buyer and recipient, for initial GST period, 17-18 and 18-19, as a buyer, I was not knowing that my supplier is depositing the tax or not, because GSTR 2A was not available. So there was no window available, am I right? As a buyer, you can't see whether your supplier is depositing the tax or not. Point number one. Point number two, and these are the point I'm finding force in my argument. Maybe we can see some relief for the past period. 2A came from January 2019 onwards. But with certainty, you can't say as a buyer, the invoice which you are having, on that your supplier has paid the liability. Because 2A is not providing any window to endorse that this invoice you are having on that supplier has paid the liability. Am I right in saying so? Say yes or no. So maybe you can interact with me, yes or no. No PowerPoint presentation. I really want to communicate with each one of you. Can I get your support? Not for the politics. I want your support to understand GST. So second, even though 2A is available, but it is not helping to the buyer. Third and important point, and before I start this point, important is what Honorable Supreme Court in Bhandari Scrap Traders has said. First, they have said there is a protection mechanism within the GST law. What is that protection mechanism? Section 41, subsection 2, Rule 37A, read with 73 and 74. And what is 41, subsection 2? 41 subsection 2 is saying, if your supplier default in payment of tax, then you need to reverse. Am I right? And whenever your supplier pays the liability, you can reclaim, reavail the credit, right? This is 41 subsection 2, which was relied upon in Gujarat High Court judgment of Maruti Enterprises. And Honorable Supreme Court has said when GST law giving this kind of privilege, where's the problem? Let your supplier pays the liability, you can reavail the credit. But now questions are, which is not being discussed in Gujarat High Court judgment, and which is point of my contention, that GST Council must listen to us. Point number one, this 41 subsection 2 was prospective clause. Got introduced from 1st October 2022. Meaning thereby, this provision wherein buyer need to reverse credit for the fault of supplier of non-payment of tax got introduced prospectively first time from October 1, 2022. My contention, and you can second it, whether this prospective provision can be applied for the prior period. When law is saying it is prospectively applicable, even though there is built-in mechanism. Now my second argument would be, for the past period when 2A was not available, I can't check and verify, and I'm just drawing a last judgment of Madras High Court in the case of D.Y. Bethel Enterprises. The crux of the judgment was, department wanted buyer to reverse what petitioner argued and Honorable Madras High Court has held. When GST department giving registration to both of us, to supplier and to buyer, why can't they go back and catch hold neck of defaulting supplier? Who is stopping them? And for the past period, when there was no window available, you brought this provision 41 subsection 2 prospectively from October 1, 2022. Then for the past period, you need to take action against the defaulting supplier. That was the judgment of Madras High Court. And I'm finding it is applicable when we look at the subject matter. You can't say built-in protection mechanism. No way. It is prospectively applicable. But having said that, my next question would be, and which is very much important, when department giving registration to both of us, not taking action against defaulting supplier and wanted buyer to reverse, is there any provision for the past period? GST department can go back and catch hold of defaulting supplier's neck. There is provision, which was not considered in Gujarat High Court judgment. Section 76. You must be recalling section 76 says, if you are collecting any amount as a tax, then that should be recovered from the defaulting person. And quite obvious. Department could have invoked 76, which they did not do. Then all the blame to genuine and honest buyer. I got one opportunity to argue a case before Commissioner Appeal on same subject matter. I argued all those pointers along with one more pointer. Commissioner Appeal, madam, I said, ma'am, there is IMS, Invoice Management System. You must be knowing that. Initially, it got introduced optionally, October 24, and then made compulsory from October 25. What is IMS? If I'm a supplier and I'm raising invoice to you, submitting my GSTR1, then all those invoices would be available to my buyer on IMS dashboard, which either you can accept, reject, pending, or no action. No action means deemed accepted. So I said to appellate authority, ma'am, IMS you brought first time where we can check invoice level matching. So if invoice raised by the supplier, which is available to the buyer to accept, then credit will flow to my 2B, to buyer's 2B. Then quite obvious, first time you have introduced the system which was supposed to be from July 1, 2017. You didn't introduce. And now you want to penalize us. And I say to appellate authority, and this question goes to GST Council, how come this is a subject matter of 74? What this buyer has done fraud, suppression, willful misstatement. No, this is not good and simple tax. This is no way good and simple tax. So what can be way forward for this particular litigation? My answer to all of you would be, I can see two probable situations. First, review petition in the Supreme Court. Not sure, because nothing is being discussed in Bhandari scrap traders. Whatever we are discussing, 2A was not available. 41 subsection 2 prospectively applicable. Nothing is being discussed in Gujarat High Court judgment. And what Honorable Supreme Court with due regards and respect has said in the judgment, they are finding its complete agreement with the Gujarat High Court. They should have considered our position as well. So GST need to be good and simple tax, not only for the department and revenue, it is for the taxpayer importantly. Then only we can say it is good and simple tax. So first, review petition, and second, I'm of the opinion, it's my personal view, we can see some relief from GST Council. And they may say for the past period, if you can produce the document along with banking channel payment to the supplier, then for the past period, they can grant one-time relief to the genuine and honest buyer. That is my personal view, and I'm eagerly looking into this kind of amnesty. Are you all looking into? Are you all looking into? Okay. Okay, all right. This is the first part of the story. Now starting with the so-called notice. See, in GST there are three important provisions. 73 non-fraud case, 74 fraud case, and 74 capital A. So sunset clause for 73 and 74, and it is going to be replaced by 74 capital A from financial year 24-25 onwards. And wherein non-fraud and fraud cases are being clubbed together. So what is the provision for 73? Order to be passed in 3 years from the due date of furnishing annual return. And so-called notice must be issued at least 3 months before from the due date of passing the order. 74, which is a fraud case, fraud, suppression, willful misstatement. Order to be passed within 5 years. And notice to be issued at least 6 months before. In 74A, when they're clubbing both non-fraud and fraud case, applicable from 24-25, so-called notice to be issued in 42 months from the due date of furnishing annual return. So fraud and non-fraud are now clubbed together in one bucket. Why they have done? Maybe giving longer time to them, to so-called GST department. And they need to pass the order within 12 plus 6 months from the due date of issuance of so-called notice. That is 74 capital A. But having said that, what is today litigation? Next one. I've seen in regular practice, when time period is expiring for 73 issuance of so-called notice, first of all, they are consolidating, clubbing multiple financial year in one so-called notice, so that they can cover the earlier time period. That's what they're doing, right? And then they're invoking section 74. Oof. Without proving whether there is a fraud, suppression or willful misstatement. In one of the case, Jharkhand High Court, in Tata Steel Limited, they have gone before Jharkhand High Court and pleaded. They have said Lordship 74 can't be invoked unless they prove fraud. But Jharkhand High Court has said when alternate remedy is available, you can't come back to me. You have to go and file reply. SLP was filed in Supreme Court, and Supreme Court considered it enough to say that 74 can be invoked only when department prove fraud, willful misstatement and suppression of fact. But these are the factor only up to financial year 23-24. From 24-25 common time period, 74 capital A. Irony, sir. And this litigation on consolidated period is now pending sub judice before Honorable Supreme Court in Lakshmi Mobile Accessories. So this matter going to be decided by Supreme Court. Having said this part, next interesting part. Whenever you look at so-called notice, what we need to take care? We need to look at law provision. We need to look at the limitation. We need to look at the facts so that we can determine the merit. And we need to look at holistic perspective, whether this so-called notice can sustain or cannot sustain. So I'm giving you one life case study. When I'm traveling pan-India, I find this challenge that we are not getting good remuneration from the client. Are you all finding in Guntur, Vijayawada, Chennai, pan-India, same problem. But let me tell you, we need to introspect ourselves. I'm telling you one life case story today, why we are not getting paid reasonably. We are responsible. Let me throw one life case study to you. A client came to me, very interesting. Sir, just give me a peaceful, patient thought. You will get good insight. Client came to my office with a so-called notice. And in that so-called notice, it was alleged why we should not cancel your registration because you took registration by means of fraud. Client came to my office with this notice. So whenever any client come to my office, my first ethical standard is I charge fees for discussion. My time is important. And what we normally do in daily practice, sir, if I charge fees for discussion, he will go away. No, sir, we are specialized doctor. We must value our own time. I charge fees for this discussion. And then I asked him, what you want from me? He said, sir, I got this notice, department alleging I took registration by means of fraud. What should I do? I asked two questions to him. First, when did you take in this registration? He said, February 2018. And so-called notice dated was 16th March 2023. So 16 March 23, they are saying you took registration by means of fraud, February 2018. I said, are you filing a regular return? He said, yes, sir, I brought all the return. Please see. So he was filing a regular return, was alleged with a fraud for cancellation of registration. Let me, your client now. If this notice comes to you, how much fees you will charge to reply? Anyone? Maybe someone can say any price. What price in Guntur you will charge? How much? 1 lakh? Sir. Okay. I thought I would be getting some food. He said 1 lakh rupees. But let me tell you, it is 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. And somebody will say, sir, he's my regular client. I will not charge anything. And somebody will say, sir, no problem. Today I can reply through AI. ChatGPT. They will prepare the reply and I need not require to do anything. I will only copy, paste and give to client. This is the irony of today's litigation practice. Let me tell you, AI can be assistant, but cannot be a master. AI can be assistant, cannot be a master. And if you're not able to charge fees the way you want for your services, I've seen in medical profession, the doctor who is looking after notes did not see the eye. It's all near at Sina. They're so specialized. But we want to do GST, income tax, company law, FEMA, merchant banking, insurance, everything. Clients should not go. Sir, no way. We need to create some kind of specialization. Price comes when only you are specialized. And then my turn to this client. I said, what you want? When he's coming with a discussion, charge it means something inside. I asked him, he said, sir, please do whatever best possible. So I asked another question to him, how much is your turnover? He said, 250 crore. Then I said, I'm giving you long and short service scope of services. Short means you can go back to your local area, get reply done, do whatever you want to do. But if you want to take long service from Bimal Jain, please tell me. He was not convinced why long service, because long service come with a long fees. I said, see, whatever reply you will submit to the department, now department going to cancel your registration. That too with retrospective date. And then they will not do anything with you. They will go back to your buyer and will say you will not get credit because your supplier registration got cancelled with retrospective date. Is it happening pan-India? So is it happening? Say louder, happening. So then all buyer will come to you and say, Bimalji, aap bhi. Whereas Bimalji is very right. So if you want long service, tell me. I will make sure if your registration get cancelled, I will get it reactivated. He has thrown a challenge to me. Bimalji, I will take your long service, provided my registration get cancelled and you get it reactivated within 1 month. I took the challenge. And look at I did. I responded to this so-called notice on 1 pager. No copy paste, no law, no citation, just 1 page, 2 paragraphs. First paragraph, sir, you're putting so much of allegation, fraud. Let me know the region and basis so that I can defend myself. Legal jurisprudence and litigation, so-called notice must be speaking one. Only allegation will not work. What should I defend? You're making allegation of fraud with no basis, no region. Supreme Court judgment, Brindavan Beverages Limited, just 1 judgment, lot many, so-called notice must be speaking one. First paragraph. Second paragraph, sir, whatever you want to do, give me a personal hearing. Responded back on 23rd March 2023. 29th March 2023, registration cancelled. With retrospective date, no PH given to my client. He came back running after me, saying that, sir, you said right. They cancelled my registration. Sir, retrospectively, sir, you were knowing everything. Is there anything? Both of you are connected? He asked me in a lighter note, but that's what he presumed. But that was happening actually pan-India. I said, no boss, no connection. But that's what happening pan-India, I said to you. Then he asked me what you are going to do. Thereafter, I got the option of revocation application, but that will take time. Am I right? 1 month is the criteria for me. I could have filed my appeal under 107. That will also take time, because I need to make sure his cancel registration get activated within 1 month. I filed a writ petition in Delhi High Court. Look at the beauty of this litigation which I'm creating before you to tell you how litigation need to be done. I filed a writ petition in Delhi High Court. Day 1, when matter was coming up before the bench. Bench asked me, Mr. Jain, what is the subject matter? I said, Lordship, they sent so-called notice alleging I took registration by means of fraud. Lordship, I responded back, let me know the region and basis. And I also said, give me PH, Lordship. No PH given. They cancelled my registration with retrospective date, Lordship. Hence, I'm before you, Lordship. Lordship, ask the revenue guy. Lordship, ask the department fellow, what is this? Then department fellow looking at the cancellation order, 1-pager, so seriously for a minute. I thought what he's reading into it. It's only cancellation. And then after 1 minute, he's saying, Lordship, something wrong has happened with this taxpayer. I thought, what happened? Ramji has come to the court. Lordship, give me some time. I will file counter. Counter means he's buying time and he will not do anything for a period 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 10 months, a year. I was knowing that he is going to play like this. So litigation, you should preempt the stance going to be taken by your opponent. I was preempting and immediately I said to the Lordship, listen what I said to the Lordship. Lordship, first they are issuing so-called notice with no basis, no region, what fraud is being committed. Is this so-called notice speaking one, Lordship? Second, Lordship, I'm responding back and wanted them to tell me what is the region and basis. They are not saying, Lordship, anything. They were having time. They didn't say anything. Lordship, I'm asking for PH personal hearing, Lordship. They're not giving me PH. Cancelling my registration with retrospective date. Lordship, they're invoking section 29, subsection 2, clause E, but a proviso down below saying that before cancellation, give me PH. Why they are not giving me PH, Lordship? And where as a small taxpayer I will go. Though he was having turnover of 250, Lordship does not know about it. Why I'm supposed to say? I will say, where the small taxpayer will go, Lordship? We are all before you, Lordship. They are not listening to us. It convinced to the mind of Lordship. And immediately, Lordship looking at the department fellow saying, you guys are troubling to the small taxpayer. Where they will go and where they will do business. Your so-called notice, non-speaking one, only allegation will not work. This so-called notice cancellation got vacated and you people are troubling to the taxpayer and petitioner, and legal counsel pay 5,000 to him as a legal cost. So that is what the judgment we got from Delhi High Court on one simple so-called notice where we were thinking how much to charge. And I got a reactivation done within 1 month time period. So litigation need passion, sir, passion. Having said that, now come back to some of the important aspect, personal hearing. Sometime when you are filing reply, you forget to tick personal hearing, right? You forget. You didn't tick that personal hearing is required. Whether department need to give you personal hearing compulsorily? Say yes or no. Required? Even though you didn't tick. 2 different High Court giving 2 contrary judgment. Gujarat High Court saying in Sri Guru Kappa that irrespective of fact whether it is being ticked or not ticked, personal hearing is must as per 75 subsection 4. No adverse order unless you give opportunity of being heard. MP High Court, I do not know, these high courts are also, they are saying unless you tick PH, He's not under compulsion. And look at the poor taxpayer, where he will go. Contrary judgment from two different high court just on opportunity of being heard, which is a violation of principle of natural justice. So when I'm picking up this violation of principle of natural justice, let me throw a question to you. Start thinking. The registration example cancelled. When my registration got cancelled, I did not file revocation application, right? Say yes. Say yes. I did not file appeal also, right? But there was fear factor in my mind, having alternate remedy, why writ petition was entertained. I'm giving you silver lining. If you keep these four situations in your mind, four circumstances in your mind, alternate remedy is not a bar. Alternate remedy is not a bar in a situation when there is violation of fundamental right. Was there any violation? Was there any violation? Yes, Article 19(1)(g), right to do business. But I didn't invoke. I wanted to keep my writ petition simple. Second, when you're challenging bias of law, did I challenge? No, I did not challenge. Third, excessive jurisdiction. When order is passed beyond the jurisdiction, was not a case. Fourth, the violation of principle of natural justice. Was there? Was there? Because opportunity of being heard was not given. So keep these four fundamental. So PH, whether ticked or not ticked, PNJ, principle of natural justice, you can't pass any adverse order without giving me PH. So PH is that aspect which I wanted to convey to all of you. Having said what department normally doing, all 73 cases colored into 74 with no basis and region of fraud, suppression, willful statement, they are alleging where we will go. But nevertheless, this is what the litigation which is going on. So you need to get yourself prepared. Coming back to the appellate mechanism. In appellate mechanism, important aspect is 107, first appellate authority. And then 112, filing appeal against OIA, order an appeal before GST 80. 107, there are two important aspects, timeline and pre-deposit. What is the timeline to file appeal? For a taxpayer, 3 + 1 month from impugned OIO, and for department, 6 + 1 month. What is timeline before GST 80? For taxpayer, 3 + 3 month, and for department, 6 + 3 month. And what is the pre-deposit? Whenever you are filing appeal before first appellate authority or GST 80, pre-deposit. Before pre-deposit, you must pay all your admitted tax liability, including interest, penalty, fees and fines. And then 10% of disputed tax, subject to maximum of 40 crore, C plus S. This is for filing appeal before first appellate authority. And second one, GST 80, again 10% additional of disputed tax, subject to maximum of 40 crore. This is what the pre-deposit provision. Now recently, 2-3 things I want to discuss. In one of the recent case which I handled till High Court, pre-deposit 10% of disputed tax. My question goes to all of you. Is it sacrosanct that we need to deposit 10%? Can't we argue for waiver or reduction? Please. Can I go for saying that no, I will not? As per provision, there is no law, rules, notification whereby you can go for waiver or reduction unless you prove your case. In one of my client case, I'm giving the live case study so that you can understand the beauty of litigation. A client came to my office with impugned order in original with 50 crore rupees demand. Client coming to me when he got big Patara box, 50 crore rupees demand. And saying, sir, I got this impugned order, what to be done? I asked client, what is the factual matrix? He said, sir, I'm doing combo sale of charger, rechargeable battery. Charger with rechargeable battery. Charger 18%, rechargeable battery 28%. Combo sale, I'm treating charger as a principal supply. Department disputing, it should be 28% applicable. But sir, only 3% of total turnover is the disputed one. What department has done, they have confirmed the demand 50 crore on total turnover. Whereas they should have done only on 3% of disputed turnover. So as against 50 crore, it should have been only 1.37 crore. So I saw the order, and in one of the paragraph, adjudicating authority has said, for want of document, he has not provided. He is confirming demand on total turnover. I said, why didn't you provide all these documents? He said, I given to my chartered accountant. So he, client blaming my another fellow, chartered accountant, he did not submit. Client is very smarter nowadays, sir. They want to take service who is offering lower fees and want to have every services. And we are willing, okay, I will do at 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. No, sir, those days are gone. Start saying no in case you are not being paid for. If you say no, you will get paid for. And that is what the practice is all about. So when I'm hardworking, I must be paid accordingly. But he's blaming before me. I said, how much fees he have given? Sir, leave fees portion. Why leave fees portion? You're blaming him, right? But that is what client was doing before me. But nevertheless, I said, why didn't you submit the document? Sir, whatever he asked, I given to him. He did not submit. Now this order. So I said, go and file appeal. 107 first appeal. 10% pre-deposit would be 5 crore. He said, sir, I'm not having 5 crore. That is the reason I'm before you. I can pay your fees, whatever you want, but don't ask me to go to first appellate authority with 5 crore pre-deposit. If you can reduce the demand to 1.37 crore, then I'm willing to pay a 10% pre-deposit and I can take your services. Look at client willingness now. He wants my service only when this demand is getting reduced. I took the challenge. I filed a rectification application against this impugned order. I'm just asking you guys, please try to apply. Whether rectification application will work for me in this case? Yes or no? Can I say yes and no? Whether no. How many of you believe rectification application will work? Say yes. Raise your hands, please. And those who are not raising hands, I need to imply they are no, right? So rectification will not work. There was no apparent mistake on the face of the order. Since you did not submit the document, on merit he is deciding. He will rectify only when there is some clerical mistake. But still I move rectification application as a part of my strategy. I move only because of my strategy. I have gone to the department after 1.5 months of my rectification application. I met with the additional commissioner. He said, why didn't you submit the document? So I said, sir, last time what happened I do not know, but this time I have given all the documentation, but in case you want any further documents, you can ask, you can tell me what document you want. Then this additional commissioner was saying, okay, I will see to it, oh, please go. And that day he has not given me PH. I just went and met him. After, deep persuasion, he has given me 2 minutes time. He said, okay, I will see to it. And that's what he said to me. And I was knowing that he will not do anything. When 3 months going to expire for filing my appeal period under 107. And I was knowing he will not do anything. I move one request later, sir, do something, my appeal time period is expiring. You will start recovery proceedings against me, 50 crore. You will freeze my bank account, where I will go. He was mum, complete mum. I filed a writ petition in Delhi High Court against this order and rectification application. Look at the beauty of litigation now. I can't pay 10% pre-deposit. I have to create some background, justification background. When only 3% disputed, why demand is confirmed on total turnover. My first day before the bench, Lordship asked me, what is this case? I said, Lordship, they're confirming demand against me on total turnover, whereas disputed one is only 3%. Lordship, that is my dispute. Department fellow immediately showing to the Lordship, Lordship, see, they have not submitted the documents. Lordship asking me, why didn't you submit the document? It is your burden of proof. You want it, you should have said everything to them. Then I counter the Lordship saying that, Lordship, he's saying we have not submitted the document. Which document, Lordship? I should be said, which document? It cannot be generalized. Did he say which document I did not submit? Then Lordship got annoyed and saying me, you are arguing, go to the first appellate authority. Appellate authority means 10%. Then Lordship sounded in open court, you are just, complicating the life of a tax officer. That time I got, and I changed my gear and I said to the Lordship, Lordship, it is all DGGI case. 3% disputed. I've said in my DGGI reply and statement, he is not saying which document he is looking for. And generalizing and confirming demand on total turnover, and you're saying I'm complicating their life? Lordship, they are complicating our life and making sure we should die. And you, if you are not going to give me justice, who is going to give me justice, Lordship? I'm before you. I move my rectification application. He's sitting on my rectification application and not giving me time. Who will give me justice, Lordship? Are you all listening? After that, Lordship got convinced, oh, rectification application, part of strategy. Why didn't you hear him out? He's willing to give you whatever you want. Hear him out. Okay. Pass speaking order within 30 days. Give him PH. Order passed. Back to the same additional commissioner who was not willing to give me PH. Came out. He gave me next date of PH. I did not go to him. I said, I'm occupied in Delhi High Court. Give me some adjournment. This time I did smartly not to go before him to showcase you're the same guy who was not willing me to give time. So listen, I am not coming to you. I will come to some other date. 2nd May 2025. He wanted me to come on 28th April 25. I gone on 2nd May before same officer. Officer saying to me, Bimalji, ask your client. File appeal, pay 5 crore pre-deposit. I said, had it been possible, why I would have gone to High Court. Sir, you pass order on total demand, 3% disputed. Please try to understand, this is the big mess here. They're only having 2%, 3% margin. You do it, we'll go to first appellate authority. I will not argue on merit, 18%, 28%. But do it to the 3%, 1.37 crore. He said, okay, I will see to it. 3 months gone, sir, 3 months gone, giving, taking, nothing succeeded. And at the end of 3 months, superintendent, and it is pan-India practice, calling me and telling me, Bimalji, what to be done? In North India, Hindi में बोलते हैं. Bimalji, इसका क्या करना है? मैं सर क्या करना है? You understand little bit Hindi, right? क्या करना है? What to be done? 50 crore rupees need to be reduced, something to be done. You understand, something to be done. Even doing the right thing, they want something to be done. Whether CGST or Telangana SGST or AP SGST, no difference. Both are same. At least for this aspect, India is united. India is, and that's what happening pan-India, sir. And then I said, I can't do anything. Client can come to you and speak to him. Client gone, they could not succeed in negotiation like Trump cannot succeed with Iran. Hormuz is not open. And then again, rectification application passed saying that 50 crore confirmed. Back to square one. Client again back to me. I'm telling you the beauty of litigation. Client again came back to me saying that, sir, Again, same demand. I said, you did not succeed in negotiation. What can I do? What to be done? Then I said, I will again file the writ petition. And the client is willing to pay litigation cost. So litigation cost is available in the market, provided we are ready to prove our credential. I filed the writ petition once again before same bench, who said, why I'm complicating life of tax officer. Same bench asking me, and looking at me, she recognized, he's the same fellow, Mr. Complicated. Mr. Complicated, what happened now? I said, Lordship, again they have passed the same order, Lordship. Lordship is getting complicated, Lordship. Nothing is happening. Then this department fellow showing that rectified order, showing that we did fraud, suppression, willful misstatement. We did not charge 28% as against 18% charge. We were doing fraud. So demand confirm on total turnover. And then bench back to me. You guys are fraud and forgery. Why you should be given relief? Nothing doing. Go first appellate authority. And now I say to the Lordship, and look at again what I said. I said, Lordship, we are chore. We are fraud, Lordship. 18% versus 28%. But Lordship, this rectified order, can we, organizer, can we request for some time they can stop this music? If possible for some time. I know this is to welcome you all. That is what the GST welcome we get in the department. For the timing, yes, thank you very much. It's taking me a lot of pressure on my neck to come out. Allow me, just listen. Then I said to Lordship, yes, we are chore. We did forgery. But Lordship, there are two turnover clearly captured in rectified order. What is the total turnover and what is the disputed turnover? When department themselves know what is disputed turnover, which is subject to 18% versus 28%, why they are confirming on total turnover, Lordship? That is only my contention before you, Lordship. I'm chore. Then again, bench to the department fellow. What are you doing? But ma'am, they are doing fraud. Arey wo bol to raha hai chore hai. But you should confirm only on disputed turnover. That's what he's saying. And believe me, that time bench got convinced, yes, disputed. Yes, it's a disputed one, which is subject to dispute of 18% versus 28%. So now the order is being passed stating that, okay, you file appeal before first appellate authority on disputed turnover, which is 1.37 crore, 10% of 1.37 crore as against 10% of 50 crore, and that's what we were looking into. And we got the relief. So this pre-deposit, of course, on disputed turnover, but if you can prove that this disputed turnover is not reasonable, your pre-deposit must be reduced. This is the first part of the story. Second part of the story. We have seen before appellate authority, they are passing order if it is filed beyond the period, specified period, 3 + 1 month. Am I right? 3 + 1 month. They are not listening us on merit. If you file appeal belated, they are rejecting appeal on limitation. And those many appeals are now going to due before GST 80. I was heard that more than 4 lakh appeal going to be filed before GST 80 pan-India. But what is the exact number, you know? By 31st July, with token taken, it is only 75,000. I do not know where this 3,25,000 has gone. Are they not willing, first of all? Or second, maybe they are willing, but they are not having an amount to pre-deposit. Or third category could be, maybe some amnesty will come. So maybe these are the factors, but try to appreciate if your appeal is barred by limitation, whether GST 80 can condone your appeal. My question to all of you. Possible, yes and no. How many of you say possible GST 80 can condone? How many? So to my knowledge, in my personal opinion, law is not permitting. Sir, allow me, no problem, sir. We can agree to disagree and disagree to agree. Law is not giving, law is very specific with the term cell. To my mind, but what happened recently, GST 80 principal bench has formed the special bench only to listen those cases where appeal barred by limitation by first appellate authority, and all pending appeal pan-India are getting consolidated, tacked together and going to be heard by special bench in Delhi. More than 564 cases are got tacked. But question is whether GST 80 can condone the delay. To answer this, I will take you to the Rajasthan High Court. In one of the case, appeal was due for cancellation of registration. Client petitioner did not file within time. There was a delay of 160 days. Appeal got rejected. He filed writ petition before Rajasthan High Court and two questions before Rajasthan High Court. Whether first appellate authority or GST 80 can condone the delay, and second, if they can't condone, what will happen? What is the remedy available in the law? Can they go to High Court and under plenary power High Court can condone the delay when law is not permitting? These were the two questions. High Court asked the petitioner, why didn't you submit the appeal on time? Answer given, sir, my consultant was negligent. He did not let me know on time that he got cancellation order. And second, my father was ill, sir. He was having fever and we were not running business for a long time. And that is the reason we could not submit the appeal on time. Rajasthan High Court concluded saying two important statements. The first statement, sir, he said law is not having any provision whereby first appellate authority can condone the delay. So he's bound by limitation. Rajasthan High Court has said, which is subject matter of special bench of GST 80. And second, Rajasthan High Court giving relief said, if this condonation cannot be done, meaning thereby this taxpayer would be remediless. Whereas GST law is being made for doing the business. It is not for stopping the business. So in case they can prove sufficient reason, then we are having plenary power under Article 226 to the Constitution of India that we can condone the delay. That is what Rajasthan High Court has said, and given the relief, go and file appeal. To my mind, this is another subject matter wherein GST Council must listen. One-time amnesty, where limitation period is gone. So those many pending 4 lakh versus 75,000 may be having some window to go for revival of litigation or appellant right to litigation. So this is the one part of the story. And next part, I was here in the morning, one guy came up to me and he talked about 2-3 important pointers. The first of all, 2 pointers, because time is given to me till 11:30. So I will complete by 11:30 for sure, but 2 subject matter. The first one, if supplier registration cancelled, which I was discussing just a while ago, can your credit be denied? Buyer's credit is being denied. You are having all documentation, invoice, receipt of goods with LR copy, Wegman slip, eBay bill, banking channel, you have paid the amount. And as per supplier status, he filed 1 and 3B. Only problem, his registration got cancelled because L2 and L3 in supply chain has done the forgery. They've only filed 1, got auto-populated as a credit in 2A. That credit was used for discharging tax, but he did not pay the tax. But that is beyond L1, L2 and L3. And you being recipient regularly filing your GST return, whether this credit can be denied. Recently, Allahabad High Court, in the Safcon life insurance, please, this judgment going to help to all of us together. Supplier registration got cancelled with retrospective date, but you're having all documentation. All document to substantiate whether your credit can be denied. Allahabad High Court has said it can't be denied. It can't be denied just because supplier registration got cancelled. I did my transaction in 2018-19. You're doing investigation at suppliers and at 22, 23 and saying he's non-existent. 18, 19 we were active. He was doing business with me. In 22, 23, you're going to his place and saying non-existent, and you're saying credit is not available to the buyer. Calcutta High Court, LGW Industries, Sanchita Kundu, Gargo Traders, Suncraft Energy, in all the judgment what High Court has said, department need to prove connivance. If they can't prove connivance, they can't deny credit. They can't deny credit. So everything is coming into our favor. So what happened for litigation? What we need to do, we need to prepare ourselves. If documentation is in place, you can prove to the authority, then that document need to be checked. And even I'm arguing two more point. ITAT Kolkata income tax judgment and GST. Income tax appellate tribunal, Kolkata has given one judgment. Income tax authority has said, you got bogus purchase. Added back to my income. We argued. We said, sir, in GST we are filing all regular return, banking channel payment, all documentation, and never disputed in GST. How come it can be dispute of income tax saying that bogus purchase? Unless it has been disputed in, it can be vice versa. It can be. Second argument which I am taking and which you must take, when my sale is not disputed, why you can dispute my purchase? See, if I'm not having inventory, purchase, stock, how can I sell it? If my stock is not available, how come my sale is good? Are you listening to me? So when my sale is not disputed, you can't dispute my purchase. So you need to create those pointers importantly when you look at litigation. But now coming to the important aspect which I was asked to deliberate. 17 subsection 5 clause C and clause D of CGST Act. How many of you know about safari retreat, by the way? Please raise your hand, safari retreat. Okay. Those who knows about it and those who do not know about it. For both of them together, combo, mocktail and cocktail. What was safari retreat, by the way? If I'm constructing a mall, then I need cement, iron, steel, lot of input services, am I right? Whether credit is available or not available, this was the question. In safari retreat, how it is being discussed and what are things discussed, that is important. The first point, whether GST credit is my fundamental right, fundamental credit, or statutory credit, or a concession given within the law. To my mind, GST credit, concession given by the GST law, provided conditions are satisfied. If conditions are satisfied, then only it becomes vested credit. Otherwise, not a vested credit. First point. Please listen very carefully. You can't say GST credit is my vested credit unless you satisfy the condition. If condition says, what is the condition? 17 subsection 5 clause C of CGST Act, negative list. You will not get credit on works contract services for construction of immovable property. So you will not get credit. Other than plant and machinery. So exclusion is plant and machinery. And second exclusion, if it is your inward works contract for your outward works contract. 17.5C. What is 17.5D? Interesting one. You will not get credit on goods or services or both for construction of immovable property other than plant or machinery but in clause C it was plant and machinery. Am I clear? Am I clear? Clause D was plant or machinery. Clause C was plant and machinery. So this matter was before Honorable Supreme Court in safari retreat. The senior advocate arguing for the petitioner, he said, Lordships, look at the beauty of 17.5D. Credit is barred on construction of immovable property other than plant or machinery. So if I can say mall is a plant then credit is available. Am I right? Lordship asked, do we have any definition of plant in GST law? There's no definition of plant in GST law. What is being defined? Plant and machinery. Am I right? Then one of the income tax judgment of Supreme Court, Taj Mahal Hotel Limited was relied upon in GST law. In the Taj Mahal Hotel Limited, plant is being defined as a mall, any storage warehouse, building other than cinema hall and theaters and hotels. And that judgment was relied, and Safari Retreat, honorable judgment was, honorable Lordship given judgment, if you can prove mall functional as a plant, then credit is available. Am I right? Then 55th GST Council meeting, they came, all, then CBIC chairperson. He said, we never intended to give you credit on immovable property. So don't argue whether mall is a plant or not. We will not. We will do retrospective change. Plant or machinery going to be plant and machinery, similar like clause C from July 117, sitting in 25. And he said, we have done clerical mistake. What we have done? He's saying clerical mistake. I was thinking only here, sometime we also do. But department invokes 74. And for you, you're changing law in 25 from 17 and saying clerical mistake. Irony of GST law age, it is not getting good and simple tax because they are not intended. They are not willing to. It's a critics but important one. But having said that, what is interesting part I want to discuss with each one of you here, listen. To my mind, whether we need a Safari Retreat, to my mind it was not needed also. Credit was available, credit is available, and they can't deny credit if you look at the provision the way I'm reading it. This is the beauty of litigation. Listen, now I want your attention, 101 attention. You have to carefully listen the provision. 17 subsection 5 clause D. How it is being written, you will not get credit on goods or services or both for construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery as retrospectively amended on own account. On own account, just pause. What is the meaning of on own account? In Safari Retreat judgment, para 32, in Safari Retreat judgment, para 32, they have explained what is the meaning of on own account. What is the meaning of own account means? They have said, if you're getting mall constructed, and then you're going to let out commercially to others, it is not on own account. It is for use by others. So it is not on own account. Only to that extent, para 32 is explaining. Meaning thereby, mall is not constructed for own account, rather it is being constructed for provision of services to third party. What could be on own account? When you are getting factory constructed, storage warehouse constructed for yourself, that is called on own account. So credit is not available only when it is for own account. But mall is not for own account. If it is not for own account, then why should I go and check whether mall is a plant or not? Credit was available. Are you getting me? Sir, are you getting me? Credit was available, and even today provision is same, then credit is available. Why then we are disputing? Why then we are disputing? To my mind, this on own account need to be discussed, interpreted, and properly arrived at. To my mind, credit was available. We were not looking for Safari Retreat. That is my first part of the story. They are saying immovable property. Telecommunication tower on a top of a building, a civil structure is being created. You put telecommunication tower, screw it. Am I right? It's a movable or immovable. You may be saying movable, but department was saying it is immovable. And to your surprise, two different High Court, Delhi High Court and Bombay High Court, one is saying movable, one is saying immovable. If it is immovable, credit is not available. Recently, Supreme Court in Bharti Airtel has decided that what is the meaning of movable versus immovable. They have said civil structure which is being created and then putting telecommunication tower on it through a screw, tighten up. It can be opened as and when you want and can be moved from one place to another place. So where is the problem? So it's a movable one, and credit is available. Why you will not give the credit? And Bharti Airtel has concluded the important test would be movable versus immovable. Unless department prove it is immovable, credit is available. So I given you the beauty of 17 subsection 5 clause D on own account, and I given beauty of movable versus immovable. Having said that, I'm just almost last part, maybe 5 minutes more, because 11:30 I was told to finish it up. So requesting MOC, am I right saying so? MOC? 11:30 I need to sum up, right? Last part of the story. When we look at GST litigation from so-called notice to GST 80, the important takeaway would be, and which is important for all of us together. I want each one of you to take a note of it. When you look at so-called notice, your first take would be, look at the so-called notice from the law perspective. As per law, permissible or not permissible? Yesterday, I was in Delhi High Court. My so-called notice alleging me that ITC denied because of section 16, subsection 2, clause C. Supplier default in payment of tax. But order is being passed under section 16, subsection 2, clause B, non-receipt of goods, goods less invoice. I have challenged on jurisdiction. So when you look at so-called notice, look at the law provision. Under which provision department want to allege, whether that provision is really applicable to you. Provision 75 subsection 7 clearly saying department cannot decide anything in the order unless alleged in a so-called notice, and cannot be contrary. When they're saying 16.2c, it can't be decided on 16.2b. So look at the law position. Then come back to the limitation, whether within time or not in time. Irrespective of fact merit, irrespective of fact law position, look at limitation. If it is beyond limitation, if so-called notice not issued within that time period specified, at least 3 months before or 6 months before for 73 and 74, you can always say it is barred by limitation. Coming to the next aspect, then you look at the merit aspect, where you can argue your case. Like I did argue in the High Court saying that only 3% disputed, Lordship, and I'm not disputing 18%, 28%. I will go and argue before first appellate authority, but at least hear me out. So look at merit, what you can bring some change and some important discussion. And then look at the notification, circular, instruction, FAQ, whatever it can help to all of you. And that is how you can proceed further, reply accordingly. How many of you has gone and appeared before adjudicating authority? Please raise your hand, or appellate authority. Please raise your hand. See, I'm asking raising your hands. Do not take me otherwise. By raising hands, you are confirming that your hands are really getting up. So nothing to worry about. And raising means we are thanking to the God. So sometimes you should not feel sleepy. This is one mode of doing exercise also. So keep doing something good part of it. See, whenever you are going to the appellate authority or adjudicating authority, and now we would be getting opportunity to appear before GST 80. I'm giving you some tricks, some strategy. You prepare a 75 pages reply or appeal. They are not willing to listen to you for 75 pages. Yesterday I took back-to-back 2 PH, one in High Court, one before First Appellate Authority of Bhubaneswar, sitting at Delhi. So GST has given privilege. We can do pan-India practice Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So this privilege is open to all of us together. To each one of you at Guntur, Vijayawada, or Chennai, or Bengaluru, or from Kerala, any part. So you can also do that. And with this we can grow our practice pan-India. That is the GST real beauty. One law, one nation, one tax. And this beauty we all are talking about. So we are welcoming our chief guest for the day. So give a big round of applause to him. Sir, I will take 2 or 3 minutes more. Just 2 or 3 minutes more. We were eagerly waiting for you only. So I was on a point which I am discussing, that sitting at Guntur, if you're saying you're not getting opportunity, do not creep. On same day, I'm doing PH before Delhi High Court, sitting at home through virtual mode, and doing first appellate authority before Bhubaneswar, sitting at Delhi. And the argument which I was taking before the appellate authority was on factual position. So I'm telling you, whenever you're preparing, he's not going to listen to you 75 pages. He will only say, and he said to me, Bimalji, crisp and short. And what they do, you have reiterated, sign PH note and go away, right? But you should go with your pointers, important pointers, create pointers so that it is not going out of your mind when you're discussing and arguing before the authority. Go with preparation, little preparation, and tag those pages wherever required in case it is being asked. He's not going to read you for 75 pages. He only give you 5-10 minutes to listen. Even High Court is not willing to look at your writ petition of 200 pages. Tell me what is the case and what you're looking for. So this is required actual practical training. Sometimes we come and look at the PPT, right? PowerPoint presentation. And look at the provision. Believe me, looking at the provision will not work. What will work? If I can interpret the provision in a manner required to be. Otherwise, 17 subsection 5 clause D on own account will not succeed. And last and foremost, it is for us to bring change. And we, as a chartered accountant, proud chartered accountant, we have done a lot of work in GST. Day 1. Today, if we are seeing the success of GST Pan-India, it goes to each one of us. Pan-India, we did best to get it implemented, so we are contributing to the nation growth and development. Be part of it, and with this, I'm thanking SIRC team, each one of you for giving me patient listening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for an insightful session. It was a very interactive and lively session, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
As we proceed, I now request CA Manoj Kumar K, Alapura Branch Chairman of SIRC of ICI, to present CA Bimal sir with a memento.
We humbly request CA Erra Tirupataya Garu, Regional Council Member, Chairman of Public and Government Financial Management Committee of SIRC, Chairman of MSME and Startup Committee of SIRC, to present vote of thanks.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Minister of the Finance, Payal Kesu Garu, respected Chairman of the SIRC, Subbarao Garu, my own Central Council Member, Muppal Sridhar Garu, Speaker of the President, Guntur and Vijayawada Branch Managing Committee, and also the regional team for conducting this conference. Sir, Bimal Jain sir, we kept this first session because we know the importance of the GST. We all know that we crossed almost 2 crores, 10 lakhs per month collection for the GST. The effort behind the chartered accountants are well known to all of us. And secondly, while giving the lecture by Bimal Jain, he focused on how to handle the notices, appeals and the tribunals, all the areas, and the litigations, how to handle. Apart from that, I like the 2 issues he raised. One, being a chartered accountant is an important area for all the practitioners, particularly the rural areas and also the MUFSHL and cities. But he cautioned us, while doing the audit, you have to be careful while collecting the proper remuneration from fees from the clients. That is more important, we have to see. And also, while applying for this AI and ChatGPT, we must be careful, and that we have to use a technology input, but we should see the correctness in that. So with this, I once again thank all the managing committee of the Regional Council, and I welcome you all for this wonderful conference for the 2 days. Happy learning to all of you. Thanks to Bimal Jain sir, we kept this first session because you see the crowd, I think almost full of this hall. That is the reason we kept your session. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir.
I also welcome the Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, in Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi and Kathak, she is the wife of Shri C.A. GVV Satyanarayana of Chaudhary and Rao Company, Vijayawada. Today, she will be presenting Kathak performance for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause as we welcome Mrs. Neelaveni to the stage.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय
much, ma'am. I request CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer, SIRC of ICI, and CAS Revati Raghunathan, ma'am, to please past Chairman of SIRC, to please step forward and felicitate
Neelaveni ma'am.
Neelaveni, ma'am.
That was wonderful performance, madam. I request the team to arrange the stage again, please. To all our delegates who have traveled from different parts of the country, thank you for your presence. Your participation is what makes this conference truly meaningful. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to
तमच्चनाहं विश्वे देवासो अधिवोचता मे देवी षडुर्वैरुणः कृणोत विश्वे देवासो देवीर्यध्वम् सोमराजन् अग्निर्मन्यं प्रति नदन् परस्ताददद्धो गोपाः परिपाहिनस्त्वं प्रत्यञ्चो यन्तो निगतः पुनस्ते महिषां चत्तं प्रपथा विनेशतु धाता धातॄणां भवनस्य यस्पतिर्देवकं सवितारमभिमादिशाहम् यमं यज्ञमश्विनो भा बृहस्पतिर्देवाः पान्तु यजमानन्यर्थात् उर्व्यजानो महिषः शर्म यगुं सदस्मिन् हवे पुरुहोतः पुरुक्षु स नः प्रजायै हर्यश्वमृणयेन्द्रमानो रीरुषोमापराधाः येन सपत्ना अपते भवन्त्विन्द्राग्निभ्यामवबाधामहेतानु वसवो रुद्रा आदित्याव परिस्पृशम् अग्रं चेत्तारमधिराजमक्रन्नु अर्वाञ्चमिन्द्रममुतो हवामहे यो गोजद्धनजिदश्वजिद्यः इमन्नो यज्ञं वहवेजुषस्वास्य कुर्म हरिवो मेदिनन् यो वेदां ब्रह्मणो वेद अमृतेनामृतां परीं तस्मै ब्रह्म च आयुः कीर्तिं प्रजां ददुः पाकथेये नैवेनं प्रणयति ब्राह्मण ऋषियवद्धरेत् ब्राह्मणो वै सर्वा देवताः सर्वाभिरेवेनं देवताभिर्धरति यावतीर्वै देवतास्ताः सर्वा वेदविधिब्राह्मणे वसन्ति तस्मात् ब्राह्मणेभ्यो वेदविद्भ्यो दिवे दिवे नमस्कुर्यान्नाश्लीलं कीर्तये देता देवता क्रीडन्ति
Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today under the inspiring theme Daksha, Digital Horizons Ethical Edge, we embrace a vision that perfectly reflects the future of our profession, where technology drives transformation, but ethics remain our strongest foundation. It is a reminder that while we continue to explore new digital frontiers, our integrity and values must always lead the way.
We request all our dignitaries to honor us with their presence on stage. I request CA Rudravarpu Bharadwaj Garu, Chairman of Guntur branch of SIRC, CA Uppaluri Lakshmi Krishna Jayant Garu, Chairman of Vijayawada branch of SIRC, CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SIRC of ICA, CA Pramod Ram Mohan Egde, Secretary of SIRC of ICA, CA Sunil Kumar Mandava, Vice Chairman SIRC of ICA, CA Subbarao Mopala Garu, Chairman of SIRC of ICA. May now we request CA Mangesh Kinare, Vice President of ICA, and CA Prasanna Kumar D, President of ICA. It's our privilege to invite our chief guest, Sri Payavula Keshava Garu, Honorable Finance Minister of AP, to grace the stage.
As our distinguished dignitaries assemble on the dais, I request them to kindly proceed for the ceremonial lighting of lamp.
శుభాన్ని, మేలుని, ఆరోగ్యాన్ని, సంపదను చేకూర్చే మరియు శత్రుబుద్ధిని నాశనం చేసే ఆయన దీపజ్యోతికి నమస్కారం.
May I also extend a warm invitation to all our esteemed regional council members and central council members, along with the managing committee members of Guntur and Vijayawada branches present in the audience, to kindly grace the occasion by joining our dignitaries on the dais for the ceremonial lighting of lamp.
ఈ ప్రతిష్టాత్మక సదస్సును జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలన ద్వారా అధికారికంగా ప్రారంభించవలసిందిగా మన ముఖ్య అతిథి శ్రీ పయ్యావుల కేశవ్ గారిని కోరుతున్నాం.
तेन्दु तुषारहारधवना या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डवन्दितकरा
నేను చెప్తాను మోటో సాంగ్
या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा. शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम्.
May I request everyone present in the hall to kindly rise for the ICI motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
తెలుగు సంస్కృతికి, తెలుగు భాషకు, తెలుగు తల్లికి మన గౌరవాన్ని తెలియజేస్తూ సభలోని గౌరవనీయులైన అతిథులు, ప్రతినిధులు, సభ్యులందరూ దయచేసి లేచి నిలబడి తెలుగు రాష్ట్ర గీతానికి గౌరవం తెలపవలసిందిగా సవినయంగా కోరుతున్నాము. We request the audio people to play Telugu state song, please.
మల్లెపూదండ
రాష్ట్రంలో జరుగుతున్న ఈ ప్రతిష్టాత్మక సదస్సును కోసం దేశం నలుమూల నుంచి వచ్చినటువంటి సభ్యులందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాము. నౌ a true leader is remembered not for the position he holds, but for the values he upholds and the lives he influences. It's my privilege to invite a leader whose dedication, vision and commitment continue to inspire the chartered accountancy profession. C.A. Muppala Subbarao sir exemplifies this through his unwavering commitment to the profession and fraternity. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to C.A. Muppala Subbarao sir, Chairman, Southern India Regional Council of ICAI, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, the dais is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Finance Minister Sri Payyavalu Keshav Garu, esteemed and beloved President Sri D. Prasanna Kumar Garu, and our beloved Vice President Sri Mangesh Kinnareji, and the Central Council members, my Regional Council colleagues, Vice Chairman Sri Mandav Sunil Kumar, Secretary Pramod Ram Mohan Hegde, Treasurer Deepa Varghese, and the host branch chairmans Rudravar Bhardwaj and Jayant, past presidents, members from 48 branches of SIRC, distinguished professional colleagues, press, a very good morning to all of you. We are very fortunate to have the august presence of our chief guest, Honorable Finance Minister Sri Payyavalu Keshav Garu, who became MLA at the age of 27 years, and he got chance to work with 3 generations. He is working with NTR, worked with NTR, Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and Lokesh also. Sir, on behalf of SIRC, members of professional fraternity, and on my own behalf, it's a great pleasure to welcome you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We are thankful to our esteemed President, C.A. Prasanna Kumar Garu, for gracing the inaugural session and for agreeing to preside over the session. Our leader, Prasanna Kumar Garu, is an astute and inspirational leader of our profession. His gracious presence enlightens the proceedings of the inaugural session. With more than 4 decades of professional service and support of the beloved President, with his rich experience as initiatives for the profession, friends, he is the first person to book his travel plan to Vijayawada in the entire council, much before than our regional council members. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your gracious presence. On behalf of SIRC and members of our professional fraternity, I welcome C.A. Mangesh Kinnareji, who along with our beloved President is leading our profession with aplomb and taking ICAI to a greater heights of glory. SIRC is grateful to all the Central Council members for their constant guidance and wise support, which is one of the factors in the successful conduct of various activities of SIRC. They were taking forward the request and initiative of SIRC with ICAI. I have great pleasure in extending my warm welcome to all the Central Council members to this conference. Daksha, the 58th Regional Conference. SIRC is pleased to acknowledge the invaluable support of the 48 branches and CPE study circles, study groups, and members across the South. I am very happy to announce that with all your support, our registrations crossed 2,000. It is the first time in Guntur district the regional conference is happening. In the combined Andhra Pradesh, this is the 11th conference. In particularly in our Andhra Pradesh, this is the 4th conference. After 30 years, between Guntur and Vijayawada, we are having this conference. I am very much happy to have this conference in this Guntur district. On the theme of the conference, we have Daksha, a theme concept pledge to align with the concept of learning with eye on future technological advancements. Daksha, a name of Indian origin, embodies the intelligence, capability, and competence resonating across identities. It reflects the wisdom, skill, and the pursuit of excellence. I am sure all the delegates will carry home with wealth of knowledge, happy memories, stay in the hospitality they received from SIRC and the host Guntur and Vijayawada branches. With the permission of you, I will speak a few words in Telugu. First time, నేను SIRC చైర్మన్ అయిన రోజే SIRC కాన్ఫరెన్స్ని గుంటూరు విజయవాడతో కలిపి హోస్ట్ బ్రాంచెస్కి కలిపి చేద్దామని నిర్ణయించుకున్నాను. With the support of Guntur and Vijayawada branches only, this became a reality. Thank you particularly the Vijayawada and Guntur branch managing committee members. Thank you very much. I welcome you once again, all the members for this 58th region conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. To take us through the thought process, objectives and highlights of this prestigious gathering, I now have the honor to invite CA Bharadwaj Rudravarpu, Chairman, Guntur branch of SIRC of ICI, to present an overview of the 58th Regional Conference, Daksha 2026.
Honorable Finance Minister for State of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Payyavali Keshav sir, esteemed President of ICI, Shri Prasanna Kumar sir, respected Vice President of ICI, CA Mangesh Kinare sir, and hero of this 2 days conference, Honorable SIRC Chairman, Shri Muppala Subbarao sir, esteemed Central Council members, respected Regional Council members, my colleague MC members, and respected delegates. A good morning. It's not only a good morning, it's indeed a great morning. I will explain why. Because, as said by Subbarao sir now, exactly 1.5 years back, he was then Vice Chairman of SIRC of ICI. He informed me that we will conduct a regional conference between Guntur and Vijayawada. As the upcoming chairman for the next year, I was a little bit tensed whether we can conduct this much magnitude conference between Guntur and Vijayawada. Today, it became reality. It's a jam-packed crowd. As said by Subbarao sir, delegates count more than 2,000 and sponsorships exceeded 1.3 crores. I request a big round of applause for our SIRC chairman, Subbarao garu. Coming to this 58th Regional Conference SIRs of ICI, Daksha. On Day-1 Friday, we actually began with GST litigation by CA Bimal Jain sir. And this is following by the inaugural session which is getting continued now. For which chief guest is our Honorable Minister, CA Payyavali Keshav garu. Post lunch, we continue with the technical sessions on Black Money Act and Binami Law by Machar Rao sir. Next to that, we have a session on tax audit compliances with AI assistant by my own guru, CA Gururaj Acharya sir. And final technical session on this day is by CA Enamandra Srinivas sir on cyber attacks. This day concludes with sponsor session followed by entertainment program of light music and singing by renowned singer Geeta Madhuri garu, followed by an outstanding dinner. On day 2, tomorrow, Saturday, we'll start with a special session celebrating 75 years of SIRC with felicitation to senior members by our Honorable MP, Sri Bhashyam Ramakrishna sir. This is followed by technical sessions covering overview of NAFRA by CA PR Ramesh sir. Next to that, our own MP Vijay Kumar sir will take recent amendments in Code of Ethics for ICI. Next to that, CA KK Chaitanya sir will take us through taxation of NPOs. Next, we will have a auspicious networking lunch. Post lunch, we will start with topic RERA at the 10 years by CA Vinay Chagaraj sir. And the last technical session is well planned to keep the audience intact till last session. And last session will be done by none other than CA Girish Ahuja sir on taxation. The conference concludes with the awards presentation where Best Branch Awards and RBA Awards for the year 2025 will be presented to honorary outstanding branches across the categories. We thank all our resource persons, sponsors, volunteers, delegates, and everyone for making this conference a grand sounding success. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Hospitality is not merely a tradition. It is a heartfelt expression of our respect and gratitude. To begin, may I request C.A. Subbarao Muppala, Chairman SIRC of ICAI, to kindly present shawl and bouquet to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Payavula Keshav Garu, Honorable Minister for Finance, Government of Andhra Pradesh, as a token of our profound respect and warm appreciation. May we have a warm round of applause, please.
May we request C.A. Bardwaj Rudravarpu, Chairman, Guntur branch of SIRC of ICA, to kindly present a shawl and bouquet to C.A. Prasanna Kumar D, Honorable President of ICA, as a mark of our respect and appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a warm round of applause.
Thank you, sir. Next, I kindly request C.A. Uppuluri Lakshmi Krishna Jain, Chairman, Vijayawada branch of SIRC of ICA, to kindly present a shawl and bouquet to C.A. Mangesh Kinare, Honorable Vice President of ICA, as a token of our esteem and gratitude. Let's acknowledge this moment with a big round of applause, please.
Continue our journey to Daksha, Digital Origins Ethical Hedge. It is indeed an honor to hear from a leader whose vision continues to shape the future of profession. With great respect, I request C.A. Mangesh Kinare, Honorable Vice President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to kindly deliver a special address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with warm round of applause.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Chief Guest for this regional conference, Shri Payavula Keshava sir. Sir, first of all, thank you for your great gesture. In fact, I'm quite overwhelmed by your gesture, and thank you for showering your praise, and personally on me, and of course collectively on the profession. Our Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, C.A. Prasanna Kumar D. Garu, the Chairperson of SIRC, Muppala Garu, then Vice Chairperson, I think Pramod Mandava, Secretary Pramod Hegde, the Treasurer Deepa Varghese, the Chairpersons of Vijayawada and Guntur branch, my Central Council colleagues, C.A. Rajendra Kumarji, C.A. Babu Abraham, Kaliyavalil, C.A. Dayanivas Sharma, C.A. Sridhar Muppala, Honorable Past President, C.M. Devaraja Reddy sir, Bharti Babi for being here, past chairpersons of SIRC, regional council members of SIRC, and my dear professional colleagues. It's indeed a great pleasure and privilege for me for being amongst you in this inaugural session of 58th Regional Conference of Southern India Regional Council, Daksha 2026. At the outset, let me compliment the SIRC for organizing this flagship conference, for bringing together distinguished professionals to deliberate on issues that are shaping the future of our profession. I was just going through, it is really a thoughtfully curated technical sessions reflecting the evolving expectations from chartered accountants in this dynamic environment which we are serving. In fact, the theme itself, Digital Horizons and Ethical Age, it is really an apt theme which is giving us a thought for the future in the digital era which we are venturing into. As they say that one thing is constant and that is change. But partly I disagree with this, because for chartered accountants, although there is a constant change, one thing always remains, and that is our ethics and values. And that will never change, and that is being highlighted by this theme of conference. I really compliment the SIRC for that. Friends, when the President is present, it is generally a protocol that nobody else should speak on the kind of activities the Council is doing, the Institute is doing. Let me quickly just highlight the 3-4 aspects which perhaps, I can do it as a Vice President. There are 4 Council members sitting here, and really let me tell you that all of them have been contributing greatly to the progress of the Institute and work of the Council in particular. If I have to highlight the activities of these 4 Council members only, it will take one full session of 1 hour at least to highlight that. As you all know, Rajendra Kumarji has been a GST flagship head of ICAI and also doing a great work in members and student services, making a seamless processes for us. Whereas Babu sir has been casted a great responsibility of the Board of Studies and Expert Advisory Committee to different aspects and handling it in a very efficient manner. Daya Nivas Sharma, as you know, has been an expert in IT field and doing it so over the period of years, and also heading a DAB in a very futuristic manner. Whereas the Sridhar Mopala, we all know him, is a man who is exposed to the public life much more than many of us, and doing a PR activities for the Institute in a very forward-looking manner. Now these activities I'm just highlighting to give a glimpses of the Institute activities through our Central Council members, led aptly by our President, who has actually devoted his almost 365 days in this year for the cause of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. For me personally, it is a daunting task to walk step by step with him, because it's very difficult to catch his speed and the thought process also. But I've been blessed this year as a Vice President of the Institute, working with him, I suppose from my side at least shoulder to shoulder, and seeing him working very, I can say, minutely, thinking minutely about the progress of the Institute, as well as the profession and the fraternity at large. Many systems have been revamped in the Institute over the period of last 1.5 years when he took as a Vice President. And I think for me it is going to be an easy task as far as the administrative aspects of the Institute is concerned. He has laid down so many SOPs, and the goal is that the Institute should run in an institutionalized manner rather than a personalized manner. And I must compliment on this stage that this kind of a leadership will definitely take the Institute a long way, because person is not important. It is not the importance of an individual, but it is an importance of an institute which is important for us, because if institute is there, we are there. And sir has been laying down this foundation rightly, And this has helped me in my duties as a Vice President also. You could see that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has come out with its audited financial statements in the month of June. We are competing with corporates. And our annual report has been uploaded on 31st July. Complete annual report very few days back. Although as a Vice President, it is my duty and it's a job assigned to the Vice President. But let me again give the credit to the Honorable President for laying down the foundation last year only, as far as this aspect is concerned. The second thing which perhaps I can highlight, because Sir has given me a great responsibility in this regard, is the disciplinary matters. We have 4 benches of the disciplinary committee and 1 board of discipline. Collectively, I think we might have had more than 150 meetings over the past, not even 6 months over. And we might have disposed of more than 200 cases, because it's so dynamic that I don't have a figure as on today. So the kind of speed which we have taken from last year, in fact, again goes to the, the systems which have been set nicely by our forefathers and more particularly revamped over the period of last year. Friends, Institute has been progressing in the right direction, and definitely cooperation from all the members is required in this regard. Participation, an active participation in such type of conferences where we discuss number of future, I can say, professional opportunities as well as challenges. Now this kind of platform gives us the great opportunity to, have a network amongst ourselves, think about and talk about the best practices which we are following, exchange the new ideas, and trying to, take collectively the profession forward. Institute is not something which is, I can say, in silo with the members. Ultimately, what is an institute? Institute is nothing but its members and students. It's not those infrastructures which we are creating, physical infrastructures. It is ultimately the progress of members and students which takes the institution forward. And this kind of a conferences, which this kind of a apt theme will definitely take this forward. I'm not that expert on the technology, but definitely the kind of new developments which are happening in this, our field especially. Just now I was just talking, I forgot his name, extremely sorry for that. But on voice, you can just do an accounting. I don't know who has spoken me just now, few minutes back. By recording the voice, you can do an accounting. That kind of a technological advancements which are happening, perhaps there comes a fear in the mind of especially chartered accountants of my generation, or the chartered accountants who are above 45, whether will be relevant or not. But as the theme suggests, although there are digital horizons which are widening, our values, our knowledge, our 3 sutras, as I can say, integrity, independence and excellence, these were not going to be touched. Whatever may be there in the artificial intelligence, it still remains artificial. And therefore, such kind of a conferences where we can exchange the knowledge and sharpen our skill sets are very much essential, although the webinars are always there, some kind of workshops are always there. So I wish you all the happy learning, and I'm pretty sure these 2 days conference will sharpen our skill sets, refresh our minds as far as knowledge is concerned, lead to a good networking opportunities for us. At the same time, understand more and more about the new digital horizons which collectively we can achieve, and in fact take it forward also in the interest of our own profession as well as our institution and as well as our country. I wish you all happy learning, and I once again compliment SIRC for curating and conducting this conference in very much grand manner. Thank you very much. Happy learning.
Thank you, Mangesh Kinare sir, for your valuable insights. Visionary leadership transforms institutions and inspiring leadership transforms generations. Our next dignitary exemplifies both. It is a matter of immense pride for all of us in Andhra Pradesh that one of our own is leading the world's largest accounting body. His journey from Visakhapatnam to the highest office of ICAI is an inspiration to every chartered accountant and student across the country. It is our privilege and honor to welcome CA Prasanna Kumar D. Sir, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let us receive our esteemed President with the resounding round of applause as I request him to kindly address this August gathering. Sir, the dais is all yours.
Most respected Sri Payavala Keshav Garu, Honorable Minister for Finance, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and Chief Guest for today's function. Respected CA Mangesh P. Kanare, Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and Guest of Honor. Respected CA Subbarao Muppala, the Chairman of the Southern India Regional Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and CA Sunil Kumar Mandava, the Vice Chairman, CA Pramod Hegde, the Secretary, CA Deepa Varghese, the Treasurer and Past Secretary, and CA Rudrarapu Bharadwaj, the Chairman of the Guntur branch, CA Uppuluri Jain, the Chairman of Vijayawada branch, both host branches, and Honorable Central Council members from Southern region, CA Rajendra Kumar P, CA Babu Abram Kallivailil, CA Dayanava Sharma, CA Muppala Sridhar, and past President CA Devaraj Reddy Sir, and past Chairman of Southern India Regional Council, and past Chairman of Central Council, and Regional Council members, Managing Committee members of all the branches from across the Southern region, and members of the profession, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. It is my privilege and a happy situation and a delighted moment for me to participate in the 58th Regional Conference of SIRC, jointly hosted by the Guntur branch and Vijayawada branch. Regional Conference, as all of us know, is a flagship program for any region, particularly for the chairman of the region. Like the chairman Subbarao said in his welcome address, that the moment he became vice chairman itself, he decided that this conference should happen somewhere between Guntur and Vijayawada. There are twin cities for us, and the third city is also coming up, Amaravati now. In the Amaravati area, he wanted to have it, and he's also delighted to have this here. We're also part of the story. Friends, you know, normally these regional conferences are held by all the regions in the month of end of November or somewhere in the month of December. This year, because we are having the World Forum of Accountants in Visakhapatnam in the month of December, the chairman thought it fit that we should not have both the conference together in the month of December. He proponed it to August. That's only the entire Central Council is thankful to the chairman for this kind gesture. Both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, politically were divided. Politically, not that politics. As per the constitution, we have been divided. Telangana separate and Andhra Pradesh separate. But as far as our profession is concerned, we always call it Telugu states. Telugu states were together always. That is the reason why the number of Central Council members and number of Regional Council members get elected from Telugu states. I am stating for a different reason. Telugu states have seen the first chairman, first president of ICAI from Telugu states per se was CA Devaraj Reddy. When he is there, he is present there. And when he was the president of ICAI, another person, CA Falguni Kumar from Tirupati, he was the chairman of SIRC. He is also present there. After a long gap of a decade, after 10 years, these Telugu states have yet another opportunity where CA Prasanna Kumar D became the president of ICAI. While it is so, CA Subbarao Muppala, another person from Andhra Pradesh, he is the chairman. So this is a great combination that we had. Friends, Sri Payavala Keshav Garu is a renowned personality. He is a family of great political family. A family which has got even a single spot in their entire political career. He hails from that family. His father was a MLA in 1975 itself. A renowned family. I think they had somebody was telling, I don't know, those days they had more than 1,000 acres of land. Such a great landlord, he is also from agriculture family. 2,000 acres, that's what I say. So, friends, he is also a 4-time member of Legislative Assembly and a 1-time MLC, a renowned political person from Andhra Pradesh, and he was the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. You know, the Public Accounts Committee is always headed by the opposition party. He has been nominated by the present Chief Minister for the Public Accounts Committee. When you are the Public Accounts Committee, we have seen so many data analytics he used to do. He used to come out with the reports and the issues relating to the government and government finances and CAG report and, state government borrowings and finances. Excellent reports he used to give. Whenever a news item appears from Payyavala Keshav Garu, more or less all the charter accounts of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, we used to look at that one because that has a content. It's not a political statement. He used to make a proper statement by making proper analysis. I remember once, maybe in the year 2021, he met the Honorable Governor, His Excellency of Andhra Pradesh, and made a presentation. He said, "Sir, the public finance are very important nowadays. We want to have a full-fledged audit of state public finances." The first person in a political person in the country who demand a full-fledged audit is Payyavala Keshav Garu. And among the ministries, Chief Minister, Prime Minister, and there are Council of Ministers are there. Among all the ministries, today's situation, when the public demand is more and public expectations are more from the government, the toughest ministry is the Finance Minister. This is the minister, they have to mobilize the resources, they have to see that credit worthiness of the state is also maintained, credit worthiness government of India is also maintained. At the same time, they have to meet the demands of almost every ministry. And almost this is a parent ministry. Everyone comes to them. And who has seen, after he took over as the finance minister, who has seen, there was not a single day, 1 day delay in whatever the days they announced, salaries of the employees. If the first of every month it was paid. If they designate so scheme of the government of Andhra Pradesh, it will be done on 27th of some month. It will be done on 27th. At the same time, there was so much of crisis for the financial resources of Andhra Pradesh. Still is maintaining. Sir, we feel you are more than a chartered accountant in maintaining the finance of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, on behalf of the Institute of Charters of India, we welcome you for today's function, sir. Friends, our profession of chartered accounts underwent a lot of changes. Gone are the days when we used to be compliance auditors. Compliance, we want a audit reporting on a Companies Act or in a tax audit under Income Tax Act or GST or the GST Act and so on and so forth. Many certificates we used to give. So all the clients probably they used to come to us because statutory requirement is there. They have to come to a chartered accountant and take all these services. But today things have changed. The compliance can be done. Earlier, if you are spending 10 days for one particular assignment, today you don't need to spend 10 days. You need 2-3 days. You are able to complete the assignment because of the technological advancements. The entire clientele, they were expecting some compliance-related matters for us. Now they have shifted. They want to see a chartered accountant is a consultant for them, a partner in the business. The chartered accountant as a business advisor, strategic business advisor, and he should be part of the decision-making of their enterprise also. And also, they expect us to have the risk assessment, the risk areas, risk assessment, risk mitigation. These are all expected from the clients. That's the reason why today our traditional practice is not taking a backstage. It will be there. It will continue to be there. However, the expectation of the society, the expectation of the client business is something different. That is the reason why we have been rendering assurance. That is, we are known as assurance service providers. But today, the expectation was transforming ourselves into business solution provider. Any business decision need to be taken, they need to consult a chartered accountant because chartered accountant is the one who can understand the business in a holistic way. Nobody else will understand the way a chartered accountant understands. That is the reason we are traveling from ASP to BSP. And assurance practice, as I told, it will be there. But non-assurance practice is the one where you have got a lot of scope. Lot of demand from society also that we need to do a lot of consultancy. That is the reason why assurance practice with the code of ethics that what you have as per Chartered Accountants Act 1949 and the regulation to 1988, that will continue to be there. However, we need to think, the council is thinking in a different process, that non-assurance practice is the one where a chartered accountant need to compete with non-chartered accountants. When you want to compete in that particular non-assurance services, our act and regulations, code of ethics is a stumbling block for us. Because none of these codes, maybe first schedule to the act or second schedule to the act or the code of ethics, this does not apply to non-chartered accountants. But whereas you have to go and compete with him in the non-assurance practice. That is the reason why now the institute, our council, deliberated upon that couple of times, and we are going to come with a separate set of code for non-assurance practice, and assurance practice will continue as it is. This is the thought process, so that we have to pave way for a profession to grow. Friends, to see that, as I told from assurance practice, non-assurance practice is also important. We are constituting a committee for review of educational training. This is a committee which is to be constituted every 10 years. Now every 5 years we're constituting, because dynamical things are changing. What was relevant yesterday is not relevant today, it may not be relevant tomorrow also. That is the reason every 5 years we wanted to constitute. This year already constituted, where we are going to decide the curriculum and what subjects should be there, what groups, number of subjects, everything we are going to decide in that one. And training program. Always there's a lot of discussion going on. Should we have the 2 years training, or 2.5 years training, or 3 years training? Should we admit into training that articleship after completion of both the groups, or after completing single group, after completion of graduation, direct entry, lateral entry? So much of discussion is going on amongst the members. That is the reason why CRET is constituted. CRET is, they were given a mandate. See, Babu Abram Kallival is here. He is also the main convener for CRET. So they are working. Within 100 days, they want to come out with a paper recommending what type of curriculum should be there, what type of training program need to be given to our future chartered accountants. That is the reason why we came with a Google form. It has been circulated to all of you. All of you come and ask us, sir, this should have been done, that should have been done. That will not happen. You should apply your mind now. You go through that one. It will not take more than 5 minutes for you to fill up. You fill up the entire data and send to the institute. That will be the basic point. That is the basis on which the entire new curriculum, a new training is going to be fixed. Now we have to spend that 5 minutes time for the future of our profession. So we want to have the curriculum. We want to have a training in such a way the chartered accountant what you produce today should not be a future-ready chartered accountant. You should be a world-class chartered accountant like we have today. This is what we are doing. Our digital transformation and technology upgradation, technology adoption is the buzzword everywhere. We know the artificial intelligence, when it came, so we thought our profession has got nothing to do with artificial intelligence. That's technology initiative. And we don't have anything to do with that one. That's what we're thinking. And many other professions thought the moment AI comes into play and their job market will come down, that will be hit on their entire profession. That's what people thought. Not only in India, worldwide it was thought. As far as ICA is concerned, initially we started level 1 course. Most of you have already qualified level 1 of AI course. And when they came, they all of us attended that program with a curiosity to know what AI can do. But the moment that was successful, there was a demand for everyone. Sir, this knowledge is not enough for us. You want to have again advanced course. We came to level 2. Level 2 is the one where you are able to implement AI in your own office. Where you are able to have your own code, your own programs, your own software, your own tool. You can develop, making of AI. After level 2 is over, then again there is a demand. Sir, level 2 is not important because we see is not only in our office we should have AI, we should be capable of implementing AI in our client's office also. That is going to be a professional opportunity. That's why we came with level 3 also. That is the way technology upgradation is going on, and adoption will be there for chartered accounting profession in India. And I had an occasion to speak to 143 countries representatives were there in Mexico City, and on the 6th in the month of December 2025. When I went there, I made a presentation about 35 minutes. I made a presentation about AI and AI impact on accounting profession and what is done for the Indian chartered accountant by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. After my speech was over and I came down to the dais, many people approached me and said, sir, the excellent job done by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And we want to see that the curriculum, the entire thing is given to us. That is the way they came. And in fact, we are hand-holding some of the jurisdictions by giving our entire AI program. That's how our institute is working for technology use. Now, audit tools, we have been talking audit tools since 2019. We put our efforts. Small tools have been given by Center for Audit Quality. But today, we are coming to the full-fledged solution for whatever the practice that is money chartered accountants. An authentic AI-enabled audit tools is going to be provided by the institute for all the members, particularly the small and medium practicing members. You know, when the AI came into vogue in India, the first institute in the entire world which has come up with audit by CHGPT, is the Institute of Charters of India, whereas CS Student GPT also. This is done by our ICA only. And you are also aware, DCMM for the professionals, so digital competency maturity model and audit quality maturity model is also introduced by our institute only. Recently, we had an invitation made by the EPFO, that is Provident Fund Organization, Employees Provident Fund Organization. We had a meeting with them, with the commissioner who is the top bureaucrat there, and in consultation with the Honorable Minister also, Minister for Labour and Employment. So we had there the entire Labour Code implementation. Gone are the days when we used to think Labour Code is not our domain. Today, the Labour Code, Government of India, is going to be a major activity. Lot of scope is there for our professional practice also. So we are coming with a new course for the Labour Code also, and we are going to have entered into a MOU with the Government of India to not only to empower and by capacity building for the employees, but also capacity of our members, and we are envisaging lot of opportunities scope for chartered accountants here. And you are aware, the major domain today is DPDP. Daksha, he is doing a lot of job on that one. Digital Personal Data Protection Act. That need to be implemented our own office also, because we have got so much of data related to the clients. How to protect that particular data, because that is a very, I don't say, I should use a proper word, that where serious offenses are there for non-compliance DPDP Act. It runs into few millions of rupees. That is the reason why we need to all of us should know what is DPDP. We are coming to court for that also. Apart from that, that is yet another area of practice. Your client also should have a DPDP. Everyone should follow, and there's no other profession which can serve that one. Our chartered accounting profession should take up that issue also. That's what we're doing. Coming to the other digital initiatives, I think I have a little more time. Okay, Digital Re-engineering Transformation Department, Directorate is there. They are doing SSP settled now. Sitting anywhere in the world, you can interact with the institute. 24/7, seamlessly everything is happening for both students and members. And we have got the DGCA project where we are coming with the UDIN. The new experience, all of you must be having the UDIN also. And with the peer review board, we came with a very excellent portal now. Every right from making application of peer review up to certificate and putting in the public domain, everything seamless is done. Both the public practice units and the peer reviewers are very happy with that one. Such initiative will be there. It will be upgraded further to see that the UDIN data is also related and integrated with the API with the peer review portal also. That's also we're doing. So our international footprint, be it International Federation of Accountants or a Confederation of Asia Pacific Accountants or South Asian Federation of Accountants, we have got leadership role everywhere. That no international organization, professional accounting organization can function without the presence of Indian chartered accountant. That is the way our stature has gone up there. And be it IFRS or IFEA, this is the IFRS, we know IF is a new organization coming, International Foundation for Ethics and Audit. So this is a new organization which is coming up now. We thought, why not India have one foundation of that kind? Now there's a thought process going on where the Digital Accounting Assurance Board, DOB, is popular in DOB in our institute. They are coming with a new concept they already developed. Dayanavard Sharma is the chairman for the committee, and they are developing global digital accounting assurance foundation. We are going to lay already in touch with many countries, and that is going to foundation which is going to be located in New Delhi in our own premises, where the entire world is going to, first of its kind, the entire history that is going to happen now. Friends, I know internationally we have got 54 chapters outside the world chapters and 30 representative office, 85 cities in the world and 47 countries. This is the existing chapter. Recently, Ohio chapter, Ohio in the United States of America was inaugurated only 1 week ago. With that, it became 55 chapters. Our idea, there's only one continent which is left where we don't have a presence. That is South America. South Africa recently, Babu Abraham Kallivaili and another Abhay Chajar Kumar, they went to South America, we identified some charters working there also. Because there is Spanish-speaking countries, it's not English-speaking countries there. Still, our charters are there. We are going to open a representative office there. Thereby, our presence is there in all the continents of the world. Our desire is to take, is the present in 47 countries, By end of another 6 months, we'll have presence in 50 countries, and we are going to have 100 offices in the entire world. So that is the way we are growing. And the Honorable Vice President was talking about digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure. I would like to say physical infrastructure is very important. You should have own house. Even the hut, you should own it. There's a pride in that one. That's the reason why we started with Ongole. Ongole branch, we acquired a land from the private party. Government did not have land, much land located where they can allot. We acquired from private party. In Hyderabad, we acquired 1 acre of land for our branch building there. In Karimnagar, we acquired a beautiful land from the government of Telangana. And in Warangal, recently, just 10 days ago, on 20 we approved it. They are all going to have Koda, the Kakatiya urban developer, they are going to acquire land. And Kurnool, we already floated a RFP. It is an advanced stage. Maybe another 1 month to go. We are going to have a land from private parties. And in Anandapur, another important place, APIIC is likely to offer some land. We are going to have our own land. In Anandapur also, Visakhapatnam is also another, buzzing commercial city in Andhra Pradesh. Even Visakhapatnam does it. They are having a land, on a lease basis, were taken from Andhra University. So we are having buildings since 1997. Now we are going to acquire land from Visakhapatnam also. From an auction, we are going to participate in Visakhapatnam steel plant. And maybe another 2 to 3 months ago, we are going to have a land for Visakhapatnam branch also. And Kozhikode from private parties. It's difficult to acquire land from private, but still in Kozhikode, now Kerala also. That is the way we are developing the entire thing. In Chennai for headquarters, we are going to have 1 lakh square feet building. We are going to construct in the existing building that has become very old. We are going to demolish and have it. And Internet Center of Excellence in Chennai, we are going to develop the beautifully with the 3-phase thing we are going to develop. And see, Rajendra Kumar is also here. He is the chairman for that committee. And the next one, Hyderabad. When the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he was the Chief Minister at that time, Nara Chandrababu Naidu, he has allotted some land for Center of Excellence in Hyderabad. Beautifully it's working. It's almost occupied every day in 365 days. We are going to have expansion activity there also. These are the things that we have. And government initiatives. West Bengal, they got a recently elected government is there. West Bengal, the Assembly Speaker, Mr. Ritendra Bose is a chartered accountant. There's only another MLA for a chartered accountant there. We are going on 18th of this month in the Center of Excellence in Calcutta. All the members of the Legislative Assembly, all the members of Parliament from West Bengal, they are going to come to our Center of Excellence where we are giving them training program. For 1-day training program, we are giving to the entire Assembly. And the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal is going to come and inaugurate. He said he will also participate in that particular meeting. That's the way we are doing all these activities. Friends, some of you from the northern part of Andhra Pradesh, we had 1 minute. So, Subbarao, I'll just take 2 more minutes, if you have the permission. Okay. Nara Lokesh Garu is the Honorable Minister for Education and Information Technology, Electronics and Real-Time Governance. He was the chief guest in one of our functions in Visakhapatnam. That was held last year. I was the vice president at that time. When he was, after all speeches are over, I was just telling what initiative we are doing for other governments, including government of Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir like that. When he was delivering his lecture, he said, something need to be done. You please analyze some acts you take. You review that act and do something good for Andhra Pradesh also. Going with his word, we are developing, we are going to release very soon. So we have already reviewed 5 acts. The AP Shops and Establishment Act and the Profession Tax and the Partnership Act and Society Registration Act and also Endowments Act. All this we already reviewed, is an advanced stage of completion. So we'll take time from the Honorable Minister also, we'll present to them. Later on, last month, we had an occasion, myself and the Vice President of ICI, we met the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Nara Chandrababu Naidu, just last month only. Initially, we were given 10 minutes time. He has given 10 minutes, interaction was there. After we went there, there's a patient hearing with the dialogues between both the institute, government of Andhra Pradesh and the ICI for 20 minutes were there. End of that, he has appreciated what of the work is done by the Institute of Chartered of India, and he said, we believe in speed of doing business apart from ease of doing business. Not only these 5 acts that you are doing, what other enactments are there, which are fiscal in nature, which are commercial in nature, take all those acts, review it comprehensively to see that it's simple and understandable, it's implementable, digital implementation should be there, it should be litigation free, it should be evasion free. All these things within the 20 minutes, Honorable Chief Minister said, and we already initiated that process this month. I think we will take it forward also with this, friends. So I've taken some 3-4 minutes extra. Sir, Minister, sir, we are very privileged that you are present here. We have got a lot of things to do the finance ministry. So chartered accountants in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, whatever, in the entire country, who are at your service. And be it government institutions and government schemes or, autonomous bodies or government undertakings, we are there to support the entire activities. And we solicit your support for the small and medium practitioners, particularly locally available. Their talent should be used. We are talented. We are no less than anybody else. So we request you to do that. And as far as local bodies are concerned, the excellent system is prevalent of government of Andhra Pradesh. We made a study in the entire country. Local, right from village panchayat and up to the urban local bodies, if you see, the excellent, is a system of accounting and outcome-based accounting, everything is there in Andhra Pradesh. So going with that one, there's 16 Finance Commission, which is already being announced, and 8 lakh crores are going to go into all these local bodies by Government of India. So in the 8 lakh crores, what they earmarked a part of it. Look at the Government of India thinking, they earmarked part of it for accounting audit service also. It was never there in the past. They recognize the audit, the importance of that. I'm sure the Honorable Finance Minister look into this matter and make use of our services for participants in the government also. So with this, my dear friends, we will continue to do service to the government, and I was saying, Honorable Chief Minister, he knows the services rendered by chartered accountants. Contribution made by chartered accountants to the economic growth of this country. He mentioned that when Honorable Vice President, we went there, he mentioned that one. When he also knows behind every successful businessman, there is a chartered accountant. That's what he understands. With this, so let us pray God to give us strength to contribute much and more for the exercise of national building. Let's all be proud partners in achieving our dream that India is a developed country, Viksit Bharat, by 2047. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, CA Prasanna sir, for your visionary and inspiring address. Moving forward in Daksha, may I now request CA Uppaluri Krishna Jayant Karu, Chairman, Vijayawada branch of SIRC of ICI, to kindly introduce our esteemed chief guest.
We welcome you, sir. Sound economies are built on prudent financial stewardship, thoughtful planning, and the confidence inspired by transparent governance. Sri Payavala Keshav Garu, Honorable Minister of Finance, Legislative Affairs and Planning, exercised these principles through a distinguished public planning over 3 decades, recognized for his clarity of thought, legislative activism, and disciplined approach to public finance, has earned the respect of colleagues, policymakers, and citizens, leader as everywhere. Representing Orokonda Assembly constituency in Anantapur district, Keshav Garu has built a reputation on articulate parliamentarian and also committed public servant. His policy journey has been marked for steadfast of dedication to strengthening domestic institutions, promoting good governance, and addressing aspirations of people through informed public policy and effective administration. Over the years, his contributions to the Legislative Assembly has reflected a deep understanding of governance, economic policies, public policies, establishing him as one of the Andhra Pradesh represented legislative voices. As the Minister of Finance, Legislative Affairs and Planning, Keshav Garu is one of the government's most significant portfolios where fiscal responsibility is balanced with imperative of substantial development. His consistency advocated transparent budgeting, prudent financial management, envisaged-based policy making, recognizing of all the entrepreneurs and also other areas. For the fraternity of chartered accountants and finance professionals, Keshav Garu leadership offers valuable insights into the disciplined role of financial prudence, strategic planning, ethical governance in national building. The Daksha 58th Regional Conference of SIRC is privileged to welcome you, sir. Apart from all these things, the 2 words shared by Chairman SIRC, 3 decades, MLA 27th year, and Finance Minister now. Only consistency brought him onto this stage. We welcome you to this conference, sir, and the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Let me confess one thing. I didn't expect such a huge gathering when I walked into the hall. When they invited me, I was under the impression it's more of an executive committee meeting, probably about 150 or 200 people. I see a huge gathering. Let me honestly confess, I'm ill prepared. I'm not well prepared, but sure, I can speak from my heart out. I only expect you one thing: don't audit my words, don't tally my numbers now, because I'm not that well prepared. Because most of the people say nobody is perfect. But I can confidently say your accounts are. They're perfect. So police may not find a thief, but you can find a missing rupee from thousands of pages. And finally tally the account. I know your capabilities, I know your hard work, I know your dedication to the profession, what you're doing. Let me begin with the institute. The Institute of Chartered Accountants before that, the dignitaries on the dais, the chairman of the Guntur branch, chairman of the Vijayawada branch, the treasurer, SIRC, the secretary of the SIRC of ICICI, vice chairman Garu, and the chairman of SIRC of ICICI, and other dignitaries on the dais and guests who have arrived from all the 4 states. I really welcome you to the Andhra Pradesh, and especially the emerging state of Andhra Pradesh. I want you to go around when you have a free time, go see our Amaravati, how it is coming up. It is just about 15 minutes drive from here. I wish our friends do take you around in the evening. You can see how the new state is coming up and the new capital is coming up. We all really want your blessing. And before that, I honestly thank for the nice words of the Prasanna Garu, who spoke about me. I'm not such a big man. I'm a simple, humble soul. I always tell I'm the first coolie of the state. And I keep reminding myself every day in the morning so that ego does not get into my head and I should be confined to my doing duty to the common man in this world. And Mr. Kinareji, he was saying it's a kind gesture. No, sir, it's a way of paying my respect, giving respect to the institute, which I love. This is one institute which has not been diluted in the 7 decades, which stood like as strong as Ashoka pillar. The attempts were made to dilute, which were stalled effectively by you all with the intervention of the political representatives whenever, wherever it was required. I really respect the institute for upholding the values, traditions for which it was initiated by the Constitution. So I really respect the institute and the Daksha, which is taking out the regional aspirations and regional conferences for taking up this initiative with about a 4 lakh membership. And it's an institute of not just the Indian recognition, it has a worldwide reputation. I know the chartered accountants in the CA here, how they are doing wonders in UK and other places of the rest of the other parts of the world. So the institute has a worldwide recognition. Why I know so much about this institution is, if not for politics, I would have loved to become a chartered accountant. But not just confined to the chartered accountant, I would have added little more additions like the financial analyst, and I would have taken up the challenges in what the today's world is offering. Not just confined to auditing accounts. I love the finance. I love the challenges which it offers, and I love the space which it gives boost the economy, improve the economy of the common man. So, if not for politics, I would have loved to become this. So, this is about the institute, which has been keeping very strong traditions, and coming to the profession what you are in. The trust. Another name can be the chartered accountant. People may not share everything with their wives and children and the family, but I'm sure they do share with you. If not openly, in private at least. So that's the trust you enjoy, not just from your clients. The trust is enjoyed by the banks. I don't know what my signature is worth, but your signature is definitely worth a lot. Only on your signature, thousands of crores is being given. That's the trust you enjoy. Your signatures are trusted by the government agencies. All the tax collecting bodies trust on your signature. That's the trust your profession enjoys. And I'm very glad you all continue to recognize that and you all continue to uphold the trust and confidence and faith which the institute has reposed on you, which you have been trained. I'm sure it still is the same tough examination which continues to be. If there's a 10,000 vacancies required, only they make sure that only 5,000 pass. I wish more number of youngsters come into this profession, not just for auditing and accounts, they have to spread. I am one believer that I strongly believe that even the public accounts need to be scrutinized by the independent chartered accountants. For the simple reason, I am answerable to the people. Why am I hiding things? Ultimately, any government is answerable to the people. There's no need for me to hide the things. My accounts are audited by myself. My own audit department audits my accounts. No, that shouldn't be the way for future. Yes, we have evolved over a period of time. We came up, the moment when independence came, we had no systems, no institutions to build on, no institutions to trust. So we had to train people, bring them into government and put them in one place so that auditing can be taken place. It all started somewhere in the Second World War time. So now things are changing. I should be audited. When the first people who call me on the day of the budget are the media and the next is by the auditors to find fault with my accounts. Somewhere I would have missed a number which is spotted by the auditors. That should be the spirit. See, I am here temporary. People come and people go in the government. But what is needed is trust. What is the spirit with which the democracy is built on? The responsibility to the people, answerability to the people, the transparency to the people. We are talking, we are in a world of transparency. So I strongly believe that it should be audited. When my own company's public sector accounts are being audited by you, why not the government itself? So there should be a thought process shift. Even in the institute, should start encouraging people to study the public accounts, public finance. I strongly request, unless you start learning, because the public finances are slightly different from what the regular accounts, what you really practice. So I should ask the institute to initiate one subject on the public finances. Let your youngsters come up. Let them start scrutinizing my budget. Let them start scrutinizing whatever is in the public domain. Let them start talking about it. That's the way you build pressure on the governments. That's the way you make the governments responsible to the people ultimately. If you are not doing it, you are not doing justice to the society. The criminals will rule the world if the intellectuals stay silent. So who can be the better intellectuals than you and the educated people? If you are staying silent, if you are shying away from your responsibility, if you are confining yourself that this is not my job, ultimately it's you, me and my children and your children who are living in this society are going to get affected. We should make sure the person who is sitting there is answerable and is doing his job right. So I really wish that you start taking some initiative in interest in the public finances, apart from your beating the deadlines. I know you might forget your wife's birthday, but you won't forget the income tax deadline. You would have a complaint in the house, that similar complaint that you have forgotten your son's birthdays and your wife's birthdays, but not your income tax deadlines. So you make sure that we run smoothly. You are a strongest pillar for the nation. You are a compliance partner for me. I see you as a compliance partner. You make sure that your your business associate or your client is in compliance with my orders, with the government's orders, so that in time I get my money, so that in time I pay back to my commitments. So I see your profession as a partner in the progress, partner in building the economy. You are the strongest pillar in building the nation. You are just not helping your own client. You are helping this nation by bringing in every rupee which is due to the government. This is a profession which is, like Kinara was saying, the ethics and the integrity which you have been taught from a very young age, which is still going very strong in this profession. I still want you to continue that legacy of maintaining the ethical values for which your chartered accountancy profession is known. I want that legacy to be continued for the generations to come. And the trust which you enjoy with the government, with the banks, with the clients, I want that to continue, because that is the basis for anything. And then I always say for my people, invisible policing is much stronger than the visible policing. Like that, you are also invisible, but you are indispensable. Your hard work is not visible. It is not seen. The late nights you sit, when it comes to the march, it is for the rest of the world, it is a holiday. But for you, it is a late night sessions go on, sitting, finalizing your accounts, beating the deadlines. So you are invisible for the rest of the society. Chartered accountant is not visible like a doctor who maintains a health, or like an engineer who makes sure that the things are fine. But you maintain the financial health of the economy. I strongly believe you are invisible but indispensable for this society. I want you to continue your hard work and dedication in building the nation. Yes, people do recognize your services. Governments do recognize your services. People like us do understand the efforts you make to make sure that 1 rupee which is due to the government comes to me. So you are a direct partner to the government, which you are making sure that my khazana is full, my coffers are coming in time, whether it is through Government of India or through me. So you are, in other words, you are a partner in development. And beyond auditing, you are now, the India is transforming, India is growing in leaps and bounds, the economy is opening up. You should more like to be an advisor, as a strategic partner. I really get inspired from Bombay, where they come out with so many financial products, rather than when I was studying, it was only a debt, 70% of debt and a 30% of equity was the only way of starting a new startup. Now there are hundreds of multiple ways how you can do a startup. I want the institute, I want every chartered accountant to do a pro bono job, do a free of service to the youngsters of this country who are trying to come up with a startup, with an idea, who are trying to build something on there. Kindly offer your services to them free of cost, so that you help them and you help the nation ultimately, because they are the future of our nation. They need to be supported. They cannot afford in the beginning stages, but the brilliant minds, because they do walk into my room, they share so many thoughts. Kindly let the institute itself support an initiative to help all the new startups which are coming in this country, this part of the world. Kindly offer your services 1 hour a day, weekend 1 hour or 2 hours. Give them, share them your advices, help them with the banking processes. They are good in technology, they are good in ideas, but they are not good in our understanding our government practices, are not good in understanding our financial structure, which we are good in. Kindly let us help those young generation to make, who can make the wonders in this society. I want you to really look into that aspect. Kindly help all the new people coming up. Technology, people have been talking about technology. When the tally came, it made your life easier. When AI comes, it has made, I'm sure it must have made your life very much easier. Can it really replace a chartered accountant? I always say no. Who will audit the AI? If AI can do a job, but who will audit the AI? Ultimately, you have to audit the AI. AI can never replace you. AI can be a good assistant to you, one more trained professional who can help you, or who can make your life easier, who can make your job easier. But ultimately, it is you and your signature. Still, government will depend for generations to come. So kindly keep up with the changing technology which is happening. So like I said, don't scrutinize my words, don't tally my words, don't audit my words. I just spoke my heart out here because I was just thinking, see, this is a profession which I really love, respect, which is really not known to the society. But I always, when a youngster comes to me with a career opportunities, definitely one of the profession I would be suggesting them is the chartered accountancy. Continuously, I continue to do that. And I also tell them, don't just stop with the chartered accountancy and auditing. There's a finance world which is much bigger. Opportunities are throwing at you. This is a game, this is a challenge, this is a kick, I can say in a colloquial word. Every day, the way the financial markets are exploding across the world, to understand that you should have a very strong footholding and chartered, there can be no better footholding launching pad than a CA, which has a very strong roots by all standards in the world. So I really admire the way you work. You contribute to the society, and I assure you that I treat you like an extended arm of my government, because you make sure that my khazana is full, and I can continue to depend on you like ever before. So I really wish Daksha continues to do more such kind of seminars in this part of the Andhra Pradesh, and I really want everybody to come see Andhra Pradesh, explore Andhra Pradesh, how it is developing under the leadership of our beloved Chief Minister Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Like he has already spoken about it, we are not just talking about ease of doing business, we are now talking of speed of doing business. Unless the business comes, our children will not get the opportunities for jobs. You will not get your job, I will not get my money. So let's all change the atmosphere in the society as to how we can make the business a much smoother functioning thing. I want you to take a proactive role in building the Andhra Pradesh economy and the nation's economy. Thank you for this opportunity.
Honorable Minister, sir, you modestly mentioned that you came unprepared, but your insightful, thoughtful, thought-provoking and inspiring address reflected not preparation alone, but your depth of knowledge, vast experience and clarity of vision. On behalf of the entire ICI fraternity, we sincerely thank you for your remarkable words. Ladies and gentlemen, may we give our Honorable Chief Guest a resounding round of applause and a standing ovation for his inspiring address and gracing this conference with his esteemed presence. Thank you so much, sir.
As we move forward, and a gesture of appreciation and recognition for our dedicated leadership and invaluable service to the profession, I now have the honor of inviting our illustrious CA Revati S. Raghunandan Garu, immediate past chairman, SIRC of ICI, to kindly grace the dais. May I request Honorable Chief Guest Sri Payavula Keshav Garu to kindly present ma'am with memento.
As we celebrate the spirit of Daksha, Digital Horizons, Ethical Edge, we now present a publication that captures the essence of this conference, its vision, knowledge, and collective endeavor. May I request our Honorable Chief Guest and the esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the conference souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge this special moment with a warm round of applause.
The theme for 58th Regional Conference, the Daksha Framework, where D stands for Digital Intelligence and Transformation, A stands for Auditing and Assurance, K for Knowledge and Compliance, S Strategic Advisory, H Human Capital and Leadership, A. Accelerated growth and innovation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. The release of the souvenir marks not only the commencement of this conference, but also the sharing of ideas, insights, and memories that will continue to inspire the fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, recognition is one of the finest expression of our gratitude. As the inaugural session unfolds, we now have the privilege of honoring the distinguished personalities who have enriched this inaugural session with their presence and inspiring thoughts.
I invite Honorable President of ICI, CA Prasanna Kumar D, to present memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Payavola Keshav Garu. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. As we continue this ceremony of appreciation, I request CA Mandavara Sunil Kumar Sir, Vice Chairman SIRC of ICI, to present memento to CA Prasanna Kumar D, Honorable President ICI. Completing this gesture of gratitude, I request CA Deepa Varghese, Treasurer SIRC of ICI, to present the memento to CA Mangesh Kinare, Honorable Vice President of ICI.
True to the spirit of Daksha, every successful beginning is built on collaboration and every meaningful journey is enriched by gratitude. As we come to the close of this memorable inaugural session, it is time to acknowledge with gratitude the many individuals whose presence, support, and contributions have made this occasion truly special. To propose the vote of thanks, I have the pleasure of inviting CA Pramod Rammohan Hedge, Secretary, Southern India Regional Council of ICI. Sir, may I request you to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected Honorable Finance Minister Payavola Keshav, thank you for placing the trust on Chartered Accountants. Our own President ICI Prasanna Kumar and Vice President Mangesh Kinare sir. I didn't say my own. Of course, you're part of the fraternity when I meant it was from our own region. Distinguished dignitaries, my office bearers, and the regional council members, dignitaries of the dais. Every conference begins with a schedule, a few conferences with purpose. I believe today we have begun with a purpose. The inaugural was just not ceremonial. Basically, it was setting direction for the profession. And behind every moment you're going to witness the 2 days conference, it's hours of commitment which has gone in by collectively by the CCMs, regional council members, and the branches of Vijayawada and Guntur. I think this conference is believed to be more than an event, and the greatest appreciation will not be your words, it will be more of your participation, and thank you for participating. Over the next 2 days, challenge the ideas, ask better questions, share freely, because we might not just not go with the knowledge, but we might go out with a perspective. And may these 2 days just not add to our CPE, may these add to the purpose as Chartered Accountants. With this, I would like to conclude the vote of thanks and thank you for this privilege.
Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious vote of thanks. As we bring the inaugural session of the 58th Regional Conference, Daksha, organized by SIRC of ICI and jointly hosted by Guntur and Vijayawada branch of SIRC of ICI, to a close, may I request everyone present in the hall to kindly rise for the national anthem.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Advocate CA Machar Rao Minavalli, BCom, LLM, MA Economics, MFM, FCA, DISA, Insolvency Professional, Registered Valuer, Founder, MEE Law Chambers, Hyderabad. He is distinguished legal and financial professional with over 25 years of experience in taxation, economic laws, corporate law, insolvency, business valuation and dispute resolution. An advocate, fellow chartered accountant, insolvency professional, registered valuer and qualified independent director. He brings a unique multidisciplinary perspective to complex regulatory and commercial matters. He is the founder of MEE Law Chambers, a multidisciplinary practice specializing in taxation, corporate and economic laws, and has advised clients across a wide spectrum of industries on mergers and acquisitions, business restructuring, insolvency, valuation, project finance, and regulatory compliance. A former chairman of Hyderabad branch of SIRC of ICI, he has actively contributed to the profession through several leadership roles and currently serves as a co-opted member of the Insolvency, Bankruptcy and Valuation Standards Boards of the Central Council of ICI. He is also a member of various professional committees of SIRC and has been a regular faculty at national and regional conferences on taxation, corporate law, insolvency, valuation and economic legislations. An accomplished academician, he holds postgraduate degrees in law, economics and financial management in addition to his chartered accountancy qualification. He is also the author of the Handbook for Independent Director Examination, reflecting his commitment to professional excellence, knowledge, dissemination and lifelong learning. Minavalli sir, it is our privilege to have you here and we request you to start the session. Thank you sir.
Team SIRC, led by Chairman Sri Uppala Subbarao Garu, Helm of Affairs of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, past leaders from our region, local branch leaders Vijayawada and Vizag, and my friend Deepak and fellow members, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. Sir, very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a nice introduction. And I'm also from this region only, sir. Basically, I belongs to Kakinada and studied in Vijayawada. When Subbarao sir asked me to take a session on black money, that too post-lunch, I know the hospitality of Guntur and Vijayawada. After this much of delicious lunch, asking me to take a session is really a crime, Subbarao sir. But he's a genius, sir. Of course, that's why he's become a chairman from Guntur, SIRC chairman. And he knows how to make the people not to take a nap. That's why he allotted me a topic called Black Money Act, which is a burning topic, and departments are more proactive on this area now. Friends, before going to our topic, I want to give a small brief about Interact. So, charging section talks about 30%. Penalty, mandatory penalty talks about 90%. So total it's 120%. So we'll discuss later to whom it applies, whether it is resident or non-resident, undisclosed income or undisclosed asset we'll discuss later. But let me give a small trailer about this act. As we discussed, 120% straight away, which is, there is no discretion like 270A. So a lot of our senior friends are here. Sir, penalty, we can write a letter for the department asking for discretion. Friends, there is no shake hands with the department. There is no exchange of, there is no exchange of thoughts or subject between the department regarding this discretion for particularly regarding the Binami Act. It's a more stringent. So 120% happy will pay. It not ends here, sir. There is another two sections which talks about a stringent penalty, 42 and 43. 10 lakhs per annum. Flat 10 lakhs per annum. For example, one of our friend acquired an asset in Dubai 15 years back. Think about a penalty. In addition to this 90%, 30% plus 90%, 120% plus 10 lakh per annum. Story not ends there, sir. We have a delicious desserts as a last punch. There is a prosecution which is a criminal liability in the form of section 49 and 50. Very simple. I don't know what is a rigorous imprisonment. I think most of our senior friends would have seen in a black and white movies. Rigorous imprisonment from 1 to 7 years, 3 to 10 years. So please let me know, sir. Can we take a nap now by listening this trailer? 120%, 10 lakhs per annum of default, and 1 to 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. That is the reason I am saying Subbarao sir is very intelligent. After listening this act, at least a brief about this act, nobody take a nap. Further, if any of our clients or SSC get the notice, he won't sleep and he doesn't allow to sleep. With this background, let us move to our core area of this act. Sir, let us understand what is the legislative intent or a government intention before amending this act. Friends, in 2015-16 in India, there were a lot of acts were repealed or amended. If you remember, for example, if you take a GST Act or Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016, Binami Property Act, Black Money Act, all these things is between, I think, 15 to 16 more acts were repealed and amended. Out of this, Black Money Act is a more stringent law. Friends, try to understand both Black Money Act and Binami Act governed by the Income Tax Department. So, my friends are very happy. Sir, we know very well Income Tax Department from 1961 onwards we are working with this department. Sorry, sir. Here, Black Money and Binami Act, there is no discretion. In the next slides, we will discuss what is the stringent about this act. So, in nutshell, before deeply dive into the act, to whom it applies. And if it applies, what is the penalty, what is the prosecution, what is the taxation, elaborately we will discuss. Before that, let me spend a few minutes on legislative intent and background. I think here, a lot of friends would have heard about black money in Swiss bank accounts? Sir, how many of you heard this point in 2014-15 election? Please raise your hands, please. So that time it was one of the election manifesto or agenda. We'll bring all the black money to India. Do you remember? Exactly, this is the case, sir. See, one of the informant wants to take the data of his client and unfortunately he steal the entire data of HSBCV Geneva Swiss Bank. So after that he ran away to the France. France is having a double taxation avoidance agreement with India and they have to exchange the information to the India and it's a lot of public knows about this. Lot of Indian residents are having a bank accounts in Swiss banks. Do you remember that case, sir? So that's about Swiss bank base. Meanwhile, in and around the same time, Honorable Ramjet Melani ji, the famous advocate, sir, filed a public interest litigation in Supreme Court asking for SIT. In 2012, Supreme Court directs for constitution of special investigation team on black money. Finally, this act tabled in the parliament or enacted from 1st April 2016. Friends, if you remember, for example, if you take insolvency bankruptcy code 2016, generally, not only that act, any act generally, it start with notification in official gazette and start with most of the sections and substantive provisions they start with and any few sections or rules or something, etc. They say that these are the few sections will applicable from the date of notification. That means later date. But coming to this act, see there, sir, there is a one-time compliance window opens on 59 to 72 and rules immediately notified on 1st July 2015. Friends, try to understand, there is a two-phase commencement of this act. Act came into force from 1st April 2016, that is nothing but 16-17 financial year. But the compliance window came to effect from Chartered Accountants Day, July 1st, 2015. Is it okay? Constitutionally valid? Let us discuss in the next slide, sir. So, we all know Indian government is having a sovereign power to collect the taxation under 82 interlist and residuary power we have under section 77, entries 97. So with this, Parliament can collect the taxes on the assets which are located in India. Can Parliament or Indian government collect the taxes on extraterritorial assets which are situated outside the territory of India? Yes, sir, because there is a nexus here. There is a concept called residency. If you are a resident, so a resident is having any extraterritorial assets on which Indian government can collect the taxes. It is a sovereign power under Indian Constitution. So friends, here there are two important judgments. One is from Supreme Court. So Union of India versus Gautam Khaitan. Supreme Court held in 2019, clearly they said that whether this one-time compliance window, which was announced on 1st July 2015 is valid or not, because it's announced before the enactment of the Act. Supreme Court held that central government's removal of difficulty notification was a valid exercise of power. However, the tax collection provisions like section 3, 41, 42, etc. is not allowed. That means compliance window can be commenced before the Act. That's what Supreme Court held that. And coming to next, very good judgment, Dhanushri Ravindra Pandit case. As we discussed constitutional validity, there are two things, sir, because these acts talks about collection of taxes, which is in a physical nature. Income Tax Act is in a physical nature. Black Money Act and Benami Act, both are not in physical nature. These are in? Those acts are penal in nature, sir. Benami Act or Black Money Act, not a physical act. Those are penal in nature. That's what simultaneously can apply both Income Tax and Benami Act. But here, Karnataka High Court held that the prosecution under section 50 or 72, because it comes under criminal liability, is not applied. any omission or a conduct before implementation of the Act, that is 1/4/2016, there is no criminal liability. However, if any undisclosed income or undisclosed asset before 2016, that can be taxed. That means tax can be collected, but prosecution comes under criminal liability. Article 20, Class 1 of Indian Constitution is not allowing that criminal liability. That's what prosecution is vulnerable here. Friends, before going to next slides, let us understand three important definitions. We all know who is an SSC, sir. Who is an SSC? Sir, we forgot 1961 Act itself. 2025 Act already came. Tomorrow evening we are going to hear from the tax guru. So don't talk about all these provisions. Friends, please try to understand. The SSC definition is very much important because based on this definition only, this entire Act applies. Entire mechanism of black money in and around rolls around this definition only. If is a resident in India as per Section 6 of Indian Income Tax 1961 in the previous year is an SSC. So what about non-resident and resident? What about non-resident and resident? Whether this Act applies or not? Time being we discuss, it's not applicable for non-resident and resident. But friends, we'll discuss in next slide. There is an amendment, retrospective amendment from 2019. It says that this Act also applies to non-residents and resident but not ordinary resident. Sir, who is a resident, sir? And who is a non-resident? Who is a resident but not ordinary resident? As per Income Tax Act, sir. So, what is undisclosed asset located outside India? Because we are going to discuss next 30-40 minutes entirely on undisclosed asset, undisclosed income, which is located outside India. So, assets including financial interest in any entity. For example, you are having a shareholding in INC, C Corp, or any LLC, you are having a percentage as a partner. So all these things comes under undisclosed assets located outside India. The main important point here is asset must be located outside India. It may be any assets. Next, combined definition of undisclosed foreign income and asset. See, entire Act is collecting a tax directly on undisclosed income and undisclosed foreign assets. So here, total amount of undisclosed income from source situated outside India, because I'm getting an income from outside India. That's what I'm saying. Undisclosed income from outside India, undisclosed asset situated outside India. How to tax it? Section 5 deals with the taxation of combined undisclosed foreign income and foreign asset. Friends, end of the day, try to understand about this Act. Only three important points. One is whether he is a resident or not. If he is a resident, Act applies. And next point is whether the income is received from an abroad, source outside India, and asset is located outside India. That's only important points we need to understand about this Act. So one more, sorry friends, two more important definitions. So many places in the Act talks about beneficial owner. Luckily, the definition is not there here. That's what courts has taken the definition from Indian Trust Act and Income Tax Act. So what is the valuation date? Here it is interesting points are valuation date. A lot of valuers are here. Who is the registered valuer under, as per IBB Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, because most of the Companies Act sections require the registered valuation from the registered valuer. So for example, if I am preparing the valuation report today, at least I need the provisional balance sheet or audited balance sheet based on the date of financials. I prepare a valuation report. For example, today is the 7th August 2026. I'm giving the valuation report to Banu Narayan Garu for Banu Narayan Garu's companies today. And what is the valuation date, sir? It is the 7th/8th, 2026. But in this Act, valuation date not defined in the Act, sir. The valuation date is derived from the rules 2015. So, what is the valuation date? If an SSC gets the notice on 7th August 2026, the 1st April 2026 is the valuation date, only single valuation date. What is the relevance and importance of the valuation date? Let us see in the next slides. Only one valuation date. For example, during the previous year, if you are receiving a notice from the department, so 1st April of the year is a valuation date. Am I clear, sir? So previous year, we all know, Machara, we already forget about the previous year, assessment year 1961. So, but still, we are studying Black Money Act. For our understanding, previous year means as per Income Tax Act. Sir, we have already discussed which an SSC to whom it applies. So, in the previous slides, we discussed a person resident in India as per Section 6 in the previous year. That is called definition of SSC Section 2, subsection 2. Clear? So, for example, Mr. Nizam Srinivas is here. He went to Bali in 2002. He loved the place. He acquired one building, $10 lakh million or $1 million in 2002. So one day, his friend told that, sir, you are having a foreign asset. It's a taxable in India because you are a resident. So because he wants to, he don't want to pay the tax, he doesn't want to pay the tax, and he wants to become an NRI because somebody told him that if you are a non-resident, there is no need of payment of tax under this act. Am I correct, sir? Am I correct, please? From the beginning, I am telling this act applies only for a residence. But here my question is, if he is a non-resident or resident but not any resident, whether this act applies or not. So small point, sir, 2019 there was an amendment saying that if the foreign income is earned or foreign asset is acquired in the year in which he is a resident in India, for example, Mr. Srinivas is a resident in India 2002. In 2002, Srinivas is a resident in India and he acquired the asset in Bali. However, during the current year, today he got a notice. So, this previous year is a non-resident, he is not here. He is staying in Bali, he shifted to Bali. Online, cloud working, entirely is working from there. Whether it's a taxable or not, because of this amendment, 2019 amendment, even though you are a non-resident in the previous year in which you received a notice, it's irrelevant because in the year in which you acquired the asset, you are a resident in India, pay the tax. Understand, sir? So, not only resident, this act applies subject to conditions and amendment of 2019. It also applies to non-resident and resident but not only resident. Don't ask me who is a resident and but not only resident. One day is here and next day is somewhere. కాళ్ళు కుదురుండు అండి వాడు ఇక్కడ ఉంటాడు అక్కడ ఉంటాడు వాడు రెసిడెంట్ బట్ నాట్ ఓన్లీ రెసిడెంట్ అంటాం సో వాళ్ళకి కూడా ఇది అప్లికబుల్ అవుతుంది సో వాట్ అబౌట్ అన్డిస్క్లోజ్డ్ ఫారిన్ ఇన్కమ్ సో హియర్ ఓన్లీ టూ థింగ్స్ అన్డిస్క్లోజ్డ్ ఫారిన్ ఇన్కమ్ అండ్ అన్డిస్క్లోజ్డ్ ఫారిన్ అసెట్ బోత్ ఆర్ taxable under section 3 which is a charging section. So what is the undisclosed foreign income? From a source located outside India, SSG is received an income from a source located outside India. Taxable, okay? Sir, here in this entire act, we are not talking about a remittance. What is a remittance, sir? Whether Srinivas has brought this money into India or not is irrelevant. For example, he sold the property and bought the big suitcase to India. That's an irrelevant. For me in this act, what is irrelevant? What is the source of an acquiring that asset? Has he satisfactorily explained the assessing officer about the source of money which is invested in the foreign asset? So, source test is irrelevant, remittance is irrelevant, and further, very happy here, sir. No advice, we are having 5 heads. Here, though, no advice classification. Directly, income is chargeable to tax under section 3 is 30%. Directly, there is no classification. If already that income is assessed to the Income Tax Act, that can be deducted. There is no double taxation, there is no double counting actually. So, these are few advantages what we are having. We are not talking about a remittance. We are not talking about what is the head of income. If you see, for example, the same asset, sir, you are talking about income, okay, it's a taxable. How? If it's acquired a foreign asset in Bali, how it's a taxable in India? Let us not think about section 45 transfer capital gains or 214 whether it is sale, exchange, relinquishment, etc., etc. 214 definition. Sir, transfer is irrelevant here. Whether it's acquired or not is irrelevant here. Whether source of money is properly and satisfactorily explained to the assessing officer is irrelevant. Am I clear, sir? Foreign asset acquired and you could able to properly explain. Here I have a small doubt, sir. In 1999, May 18, I came to Vijayawada to start my career in CA. So I started my career in CA. From that day onwards, I am lot of doubt about satisfactorily. How to satisfy the person, sir? Different officers. Binami is one officer, income tax is one officer, GST is one officer, and officers from different regions. And satisfaction is a personal inner feeling. Somebody satisfied with the biryani, somebody satisfied with the roti. How to satisfy this much of people? Poor chartered accountants. They are satisfying all the departments from 1961 onwards. Adds up to your skill and knowledge, sir. So that's what, sir, we need to explain satisfactorily to the nursing officer. Then it's not taxable. Already taxed in income tax, it's not taxed here. And very important point to note here that there is no headwise income from house property, income from business, capital gains, nothing is there. Straight away, 30%. So once notice is given by the department, sir, it is a responsibility on the SSC like 69 and 69A. It's a responsibility of the SSC to prove whether it is an income or whether it is a foreign asset or not. So, am I clear, sir? Foreign income, which is received from outside India, which is already not taxable in income tax, no headwise classification, responsibility lies on SSC. That's what we discussed about foreign income. What about undisclosed foreign asset? Only two things, sir. I am talking entire 1 hour. Undisclosed foreign income and undisclosed foreign asset. So, 211 talks about an asset including a financial interest in any entity. Sir, most of the practitioners recently, if you see, particularly Gen Z youngsters, put a WhatsApp status. NRIs having, residents having a foreign income or a foreign assets disclosed in income tax return. This season, Deepak ji, if you identify a lot of youngsters, put a WhatsApp status. Really, thanks for all the youngsters for bringing the awareness. So, foreign asset includes all the things which was given here, sir. It's an illustrative in nature. Not only shares, ESOPs, building, land, etc. Even bank account or custodian account is also foreign asset. If you are not disclosed here, it's an undisclosed foreign asset and needs to pay the tax on it. Again, I am saying, sir, a dormant bank account with $10 is also foreign undisclosed asset if you are not disclosing here. Most of the kids from here go to abroad for studies. After 2-3 years, they came back and they forgot to close the bank accounts which were opened there. And thanks to Trump and Hormuz Strait, etc., most of people are moving from US to here. So seeing very good future of India. And a lot of people are not properly closing the accounts and coming here. And it is one of the risky areas, sir. Bank account, one of the most risky area, not only shares, ESOPs, RSUs, etc., because immovable property, financial interest in a firms, companies, bullion, jewelry, artificial work, all these things we know. Whether he's coming back, he properly settles it and come back. More risky area to the best of my knowledge is bank account. Please try to remember this point, sir. This is the illustrative nature which I am talking about. Bank account, custodial account, shares, interest in unlisted and listed entities, life insurance and annuity contracts, trust as a settler, trustee, beneficiary, immovable property, financial interest in firm, AOP in abroad, bullion, jewelry, archaeological collection, any artwork, ESOPs, RSUs for an employer. See, I want to take a bit of time here because this is the crux of the entire story, sir. Any of these foreign assets which are not disclosed in a return and on which you are not paid the tax, it's a risky area. Let us note a point, and I think we'll discuss next slides. What are the relief for this? We'll discuss it later and try to understand not only bank account, not only immovable property. The illustrative example given here is only some of the assets which are taxable under this act. So charge of tax under section 3, very simple, sir. We are saying there is no slab rate, 0 to 4 lakh, 4 to 8 lakhs, 8 to 12 lakhs, or up to 12 lakhs, no tax, 87-year rebate, etc., no story, only 30%, 1 crore undisclosed asset, now we want to disclose, pay that 30% straight away. Happy? Just a minute, sir. You will not feel happy. You won't go for a nap also by seeing next 2-3 slides. Okay? Sir, a lot of people here saying that, a lot of practitioners are talking about, sir, even 1 rupee of foreign asset is a taxable. Sir, I want to answer, sir. I'm learning from you guys. All the seniors are sitting here. My guru, from sir. All foreign assets are taxable, sir. Any threshold limit, please? Veermachan Garu is having some asset in US, worth is 10 lakhs. Immovable property, 10 lakhs, situated in US, not declared. Thank you, sir. 20 lakhs relief is there. Am I correct, sir? How many of you say I am correct? 20 lakhs relief is there. Srinivas Garu is having only 10 lakh undisclosed immovable property in US. So Act does not apply because there is a relief 20 lakhs. Am I correct or wrong? Chairman, sir, I need an answer, sir. Deepak ji. Friends, please remember, this relief of 20 lakhs talks about only prosecution and penalty under section 42, 43, 49, 50. Forget about section 30, even though you are having a 10 rupees immovable property, how to pay 30% and 90%, 120% straight away. This relief is only for penalty and prosecution, not for a taxation under section 3. Friends, please remember, this is a misconception among our professionals. Am I clear, sir? So next point, there's no monetary threshold limit for the charge. E-rate comes a notice is one of the more dangerous, sir. For example, my friend DC from Madurai acquired a long back, 20 years back, an asset in Dubai. Always he goes to Dubai, sir, that's what I'm saying. He acquired a beautiful asset and recently shared a photographs with me also, that's what I'm saying. Am I correct, DCG? So he acquired asset in Dubai in 2020. Or we take a 2002. Let us take in 2002. So now assessing officer went to his home for a lunch and is given us good love letter to DC. DC bhai, aapke liye taakit hai. So whether this asset is a taxable today, today's value, or 2002 value. 2002 is acquired the asset for 1 million. Am I correct, DCG? So today, it is worth of 50 million. Whether 50 million taxable or 1 million taxable. Sir, this asset was acquired long back in 2002. Friends, remember, this is very, very, very stringent law. It is not so much friendly like income tax and GST law. It is a taxable today's current value, $50 million. Okay? If previously out of 1 crore, DC is paid on 20,000 million, out of 1 lakh, per se, out of 1 lakh, he is paid on 20,000. That means $20,000 already assessed. So balance asset, in proportionate asset, it's a taxable on today's value, not the 22 value. Please remember, sir, that's what I told. There is no chance even after the delicious lunch in this session. So, competition of undisclosed income and asset. We have discussed about what is the undisclosed foreign income, which is located outside India. We have discussed about what is undisclosed foreign asset, which is situated outside India. And later on, section 3, we discussed about what charging section 30%. And now we came to section 4 and 5, computation of undisclosed income and asset. Friends, as we discussed, as there is no heads of income like a house property business, capital gains, etc., etc., here, there is no deduction. There is no set off and carry forward. Straight away, what is the amount we are calculating as per valuation rules is a taxable. That means no deduction, no set off and carry forward, no allowances. One thing is benefit here. Section 4.3 talks about no double taxation under BMA if the asset or income is already assessed to the Income Tax Act 1961 or 25. So that benefit is given by the government, sir. See, last point 5.1 class 3, income already, that's what we have discussed, already taxed in Indian Income Tax Act, that is not again taxable. So 4.3 talks about no double taxation, that's already discussed. Sir, I have taken illustration from verbatim from the Act. So an house property outside India was brought in previous year 2009-10 for 50 lakhs. Am I clear, sir? Of which 20 lakhs was already assessed to the tax in the hands of the SSC in the earlier years. The asset comes to assessing officer notice in 2017-18 when its value is 1 crore. That's what DC example just now we have discussed. So the proportionate value, previously the asset was acquired for $50,000. Out of $20,000 is already paid. Now the value is 1 crore. The proportionate value how much, sir? Instead of 20 is 40 allowed and $60,000 only taxable. The proportionate allowance is already is there because you already paid a tax on it. Am I clear, sir? So valuation rules are very much important. Now what you understood, this act applies to only resident in India who is having a foreign asset undisclosed or foreign income which is not disclosed. Okay, these are the triggers and we discussed about the charging section, and later on we are saying that the foreign asset is a undisclosed foreign asset is a taxable in India at what price? Is it cost of acquisition or today's market value in India? Are the assets situated in the country's value? So valuation rules talks about what is the valuation we should take for a foreign asset, sir. Rule 3.1 talks about the lot of assets we have discussed, gold, jewelry, immovable property, mobile property, bank account, etc. we have discussed. There is separate valuation rules are there. Immovable property, separate valuation rules are there like that. So again, rule 3.2 talks about assets transferred before the valuation date. For example, already acquired and transferred before the valuation date, what we need to take. And rule 3 talks about prevention of double counting. This act has taken care of double counting. And explanation 3 talks about what is the valuation date. We have already discussed that the first step of the year in which SSC received the notice. That's we have discussed. And currency conversion. There are two conversion rules in entire act. One is for conversion of this 20 lakhs, what we are discussing about a threshold for penalty and prosecution, that is an SBI telegraphic rate we should take, and all other valuations we should take RBI reference rate. That's about valuation. So the most important area, the valuation of bank accounts. Most of our people already received notices for this area. So how to value the bank account? For example, bank account is opened in, for example, 2002 or 2000. From 2000 to now deposited more than 1 crore rupee. And today's balance is only 1 lakh because he's a bad boy, spent an entire amount. Jomanji, whether 1 crore is taxable or 1 lakh is a taxable? Sir, I'm coming again. The account is opened in 2000. From the 2000 onwards, as of now, is deposited 1 crore rupee. Total deposit into the bank account is 1 crore. And if you see the balance is 1 lakh. Whether 1 lakh is taxable or 1 crore is taxable? Friends, 1 crore is taxable. From out of this 1 crore, valuation rules are saying that if any amount is withdrawn and used that amount for acquiring another asset, that can be deducted because double counting is not there. Like that, if you are withdrawn from this bank account and again deposited, are we doing the same, sir? A lot of cases we are withdrawing from this bank account, Axis Bank account, and we are depositing in HDFC Bank account. So that double counting is not there. Otherwise, the entire amounts which are deposited in the bank accounts are taxable. Further, the interest credited to this bank account is also chargeable to tax. So here the example is given, sir. Fair market value $50,000, 2,000 redeposited. That means withdrawn, redeposited. That can be deducted. Only 48,000 is taxed at 30%. 90% story will come in the later slide, sir. Am I clear, sir? Bank account, only 3 rules. One is total deposit taxable, not a closing balance. Second thing is redeposited amount is not taxable. Double counting is not there. Third thing is any interest credited to the bank account that can be added to the value of bank account, sir. So valuation of foreign securities, there are two types of securities here, quoted and unquoted. Quoted, there is no issue. The fair market value is higher of the cost of acquisition or average of the lowest and highest market price on the valuation date. For example, valuation date April 1st and NASDAQ stock market, take the Facebook shares, what is the opening value, what is the highest value and what is the closing value, take average of it and compare the same with the cost of acquisition. That is nothing but value of quoted shares. What about unquoted shares? Unquoted shares, valuation is morely depend on broadly like our Income Tax Act Rule 11 UA. So we are calculating under Rule 11 UA, if you remember, net assets, total assets. Do you remember, sir, calculation of net assets under Rule 11 UA of the Income Tax Act? Nothing but assets minus liabilities. There is a certain formula. Based on that, such formula will arrive to net assets. So net assets divided by number of shares, that is the value of the share. Similar, broadly, more or like the Rule 11 UA, valuation for unquoted shares. This is favorite area for me, sir. Valuation of immovable property. That's what we discussed, Srinivas, the asset in Bali. Rule 3.1, very simple, talks about higher of cost of acquisition or open market value on the valuation date given by the registered foreign valuer. Like India, we have registered valuers under IBPI. Each country is having their own statutes, and foreign registered valuer is given a valuation and cost of acquisition. Compare it, which is the higher. That is the valuation of immovable property. Clear, sir? Very simple valuation, immovable property. When the asset, this applies to other than a bank account, because bank account separate rules are there. We have discussed. Immovable property include what was transferred before the valuation date also. For example, assessing officer has given a notice today and the asset already transferred in 2024. That means already the asset was transferred. How to value it? See, again, cost of acquisition or sale consideration is genuine sale consideration. Then cost of acquisition or sale consideration, very simple. It is a fair market value. If that asset was given to friend or a family members or without consideration or inadequate consideration, then what is the rule, sir? Again, cost of acquisition or fair market value in the open market valued by the foreign valuer. Here, sir, it's simple. If it is an immovable property, compare the cost of acquisition and valuation given by the foreign valuer. Sir, immovable property, the practical issue is the 20 lakhs relief which we are talking about, penalties and prosecution under section 42, 43 and 4950 is not available. Even though single rupee of immovable property, you have to pay 30% tax and 90% penalty and etc. Further, in 2026 budget, Indian government came up with FAST DS, Foreign Assets Small Taxpayers Disclosure Scheme. Sir, I think it's not yet notified, no, sir? Not yet notified, sir. It is designed, it's announced in the act, but not yet notified. Once it's notified, please try to utilize that one. It's a fantastic and beautiful, like initial compliance window type. Only 30%, 60% pay come out of it. So government is not yet notified, but it is budget it has given. So that 20 lakhs benefit is not applicable for immovable property. And gifter inadequate price, we have discussed cost of acquisition or valuation report given by the valuer, foreign valuer, whichever is higher is the valuation. Clear, sir? Immovable property, cost of acquisition or report given by the foreign registered valuer, whichever is higher. Remember, this is the most expensive asset category in a black money act, sir. Because 30% plus 90%, 120% tax is there. No penalty relief under section 20 lakhs. Prosecution is there. Most expensive and exposed asset is immovable property, which is undisclosed in Indian returns, sir. In nutshell, we are discussing to whom the act applies, and if it applies, what is the tax implications, what are the penalty implications, what are the prosecution implications? That's what we are going to discuss. And more important point is, and what is the mitigation to avoid a litigation we should understand here. Simple one-line answer in entire act, lot of provisions, lot of sections are there. But only thing, what is the mitigation to avoid a litigation under this act, you know, sir? Very simple, all you are doing it. Just to disclose in income tax return and pay the tax. If you are disclosing properly and paying the tax, there is no litigation, matter ends here. So that's, we have already discussed about currency conversion rules, etc. There are two types of currency conversion. One is an RBI reference rate, and 20 lakhs calculation penalty relief. It is SBI telegraphic transfer rates. So assessment procedures similar to income tax, you all very well know. Only one important point I want to bring your kind notice that there is no limitation, sir. Limitation Act not applies to here, this act, sir. The very dangerous provision here, sir. No limitation applies, 3 years, 5 years, etc., etc. Limitation we are saying. The limitation itself is not applicable to this Benami Act. So, if a single officer came to know that the SSE is having a foreign assets acquired in 1947, can give a notice? Can give a notice, sir? God knows, no limitation. That is very stringent here. So, particularly immovable property, no limitation means it's more expensive. Be cautious, sir. I'm not able to hear, sir. I'll come to that point. Openly kept that question. So, sir, charging section 30%, no problem. So, what is the penalty, sir? 41 is a very dangerous penalty. That's what I discussed initially. There is no discretion power to the assessing officer to waive off or reduce this penalty. That means 30% levied means 90% also should levy, sir. So that means 120% straight away fixed. So what about 42 and 43 penalties? One is failure to furnish the foreign income or assets. Second one is disclose or inadequately disclosure. So this is a 10,000 failure to furnish a return of income or failure to disclose in the return of income. 10 lakhs per annum straight penalties, sir. So, let us discuss about classic case of bank account. Bank account, the balance is 19 lakhs. 30% is taxable. Balance in the sense deposits. 3-4 years deposits, 19 lakhs in the bank account. Calculate what is the tax liability under Benami Tax Act. Japan, sir, 19 lakhs into 30% plus 90%, 120% plus 10 lakhs per annum for non-filing a return, 10 lakhs per annum for not furnishing a return of income. Am I correct, sir? If undisclosed income or asset is below 20 lakhs, there is a relief for other assets other than immovable property. In the given example, 19 lakhs bank account, so the penalty under section 42 and 43 not applies. Am I clear, sir? The only relief in this act is 20 lakhs. 20 lakhs relief is only for all assets except immovable property. Except immovable property. Immovable property 5 lakhs also. This 10 lakhs per annum penalty is applicable. Sir, 2024, the limit is 5 lakhs. Sorry, before 2024, limit is 5 lakhs for the relief. Now it's at 20 lakhs. And previously, this relief is only there for penalty. Previously, in the last amendments, it extended this 20 lakhs relief to prosecution. So, if 20 lakhs threshold limit, below 20 lakhs is there, other than immovable property, penalty and prosecution in the similar lines, not applicable. So what are the prosecution provisions? I told you, no, sir, rigorous imprisonment. So, willful failure to furnish a return of income, 1 to 7 years, rigorous imprisonment and fine, and willful disclose foreign assets, same 1 to 7 years, and last one, 50 to 55, sir, not 52, 51, see the 51, sir, willful attempt to evade the tax, penalty or interest, the most dangerous, minimum 3 years, maximum 10 years with a fine. One more add-on, sir. 1+1 offer year, cognizable and non-bailable, and PMLA linked. So what are the offences which are mentioned in Binami Act or Black Money Act? Those offences are already there in PMLA Act. So it can be assessed and you can get a notice from the Binami, get a notice from the Black Money authorities simultaneously. 1+2 offer PMLA authorities. This is a non-cognizable and non-bailable. So appeals and remedies similar to our income tax. Only one point here, sir, I want to bring your notice on the last line. No settlement and no compounding, no DRP, etc. No settlement. Srinivas sir is saying we can do other settlements. Maybe possible, I don't know, that's not possible because everything is in a digital footprints. So 2 important case laws, sir. Actually, 1 hour is given to me. I'll take further 10 minutes, sir. So, Srivardhan Mohta versus Union of India, very good case law. He filed a case before the court and asking for, I got this asset as an inheritance. Asset is nothing but HSBC bank account. I got this account in the form of inheritance from my mother. Already income tax issued a notice. So, double jeopardy is not available. So, BMA Act is not applicable. And one more point is, BMA applies from 1st April 2026. So, that's what Srinivas sir is also asked. Sir, Calcutta High Court in a writ number 568 of 2018 clearly told that you cannot take a benefit of inheritance, even though it's an inheritance. What Act is saying? Either grandfather is given, father is given, irrelevant. Who is holding that currently that asset is irrelevant. For example, my grandson is holding currently that asset, he is liable. Whether I have given an inheritance or not is irrelevant. And double jeopardy is not applicable. That means both income tax and BMA Act simultaneously can apply. Along with this, PMLA also. Clear, sir? Am I clear in this case law? Inheritance is not a defense. Please try to understand. The person is holding, the SSC is holding the asset currently is liable to tax. Second important judgment is from ITIT Chennai, Ellen Govan, Meral Mangai. Search conducted on 13th July 2016. Section 10(1) notice issued on 21st March 2020 for the assessment year 70th year of search held that BMA machinery is triggered only on issuance of Section 10 notice, not underlying search. For example, search is in 2016, but notice is given in 17-18. So, it's applicable for the year. It's applicable for the year in which Section 10 notice is given. Forget about a search, etc., etc. The year in which notice is given in the case law, the notice is given in the year of 2021. It's applicable from that year. Am I clear, sir? So one-time compliance window, this is before the enactment act, that what we have discussed. This is 30% and 30%. So similar to this, now Indian government announced the FAST DS 2026, that is called Foreign Assets Small Taxpayers Disclosure Scheme. Sir, please remember, once it's announced by the notified the government, inform all our clients or SSCs and bring some awareness among the people and utilize this chance, because PMA Act is very stringent, as we have seen it, 120% taxation, prosecution penalty, etc., etc. So let us bring some awareness. I request Chairman from SIRC also do some more programs on this. Once it's notified by the government, please utilize for applicable SSCs what it talks about. Eligibility. FAST DS 2026 means foreign assets, small taxpayers. It's useful for small taxpayers whose aggregate assets are below 1 crore as on 31st March 26. For example, Mr. X is there, he's having some 20 lakhs, 80 lakhs worth of asset in Dubai. He can declare under the scheme. Instead of 30% plus 90% penalty, prosecution, etc., he can simply pay 30% tax and 30% additional charge and clear his liability dues. So it's one of the better option. And for the already tax paid cases, value up to 5 crores, flat free 1 lakh benefit immunity is also there. This immunity is not again available for immovable property. So already existing ongoing cases, PMLA cases, it's not applicable. Otherwise, this is a fantastic and wonderful relief. This is only one relief which can help the small taxpayers. So I request all of you to concentrate on this and bring us some awareness among our SECs and help them. So I hope. Only 2 minutes, sir. It is a practical point. Reporting is threshold free. We have discussed even $10 dormant bank account also you have to report. Forget about 20 lakhs threshold about reporting and calendar year window. In income tax return while filling this form, in income tax return it is financial year or the reporting requires calendar year. 31st December, yes, 31st December. You please remember, and most practical cases are ESOPs and RSUs. Friends, remember, company is given ESOPs, no need to disclose. Once the ESOP is vested by the employee, you have to disclose even though you exercise the option or not. Pardon, sir? ESOPs, sir? ESOPs issued by the company, disclosed is not required. So it's vested, then you have to disclose, sir. No need to exercise or purchase that ESOPs. Once it's vested on the employee name, they have to disclose in our report. Sir, with this, concluding my presentation, and before closing, it is one of the very, very, very stringent laws, sir, to avoid these stringent penalties. Let us bring some awareness among the clients and utilize the relief 20 lakhs and fast 26 DS scheme, so that we can help the small taxpayers by giving it fast DS disclosure 2026. So thank you so much, Team SIRC, for giving this wonderful opportunity to present before August audience. Thanks one and all for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir, for that enlightening and thought-provoking session. I'm sure the practical insights and recent developments you shared on the Black Money Act and the Binami Law will serve as valuable guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request our esteemed President to kindly address the gathering and share some announcement.
Dear friends, it's a great day for me that happened to meet some of you personally during the lunchtime and break time. It's always my desire that I meet all of you and greet all of you. That's the enthusiasm factor for me. You know my nature also. I like to mix with people, spend time with people. But today, I met most of you, but many of you I did not meet also, I can see. So I'll be leaving by 4:20 because I'm going to Mumbai. I got a program there. Tomorrow I have to go to Bhopal and then come back to Delhi by tomorrow night. These are some structured programs are there. In view of that, those I could not meet you, I would like to meet for some time during the breakout session. Afterwards, by 4:20 or so, I'll be just leaving for the airport. So thanks a lot. All of you came together here in very good numbers. You came here when, this Mupal Subbarao, you're just telling me, sir, I don't know whether if I keep it in Guntur and Vijayawada, people will come or not. I said, Regional Council, Southern India Regional Council, a brand by itself. You name it, people will come. That all of you proved it right. So thanks a lot. So with this, I wish you all the best. Have a great learning session today and tomorrow also. Enjoy. The sweet memory should go back. Again, we'll meet in Visakhapatnam. And of course, you wanted to just say something. So.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of SIRC, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you, to our Honorable President, sir. As you supported like this, I request you all, please kindly attend the WOFA to be held in December 16th, 17th and 18th at Visakhapatnam. I request all of you, please gather there and register yourself. And I hope some of our friends witnessed into Ujjati 1 when Prasanna Kumar was the chairman of SIRC, the regional conference held at Visakhapatnam. You can remember that, and you can enjoy the hospitality of Visakhapatnam also. Please register and come for Visakhapatnam. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Southern India Regional Council and Organizing Committee, On behalf of SIRC of ICI, we express our heartfelt gratitude to our beloved President C.A. Prasanna Kumar sir.
Closing remarks.
Respected members, a warm good afternoon to one and all. Respected Machar Rao, past chairman of Hyderabad branch and my colleague in the Hyderabad Managing Committee. I did not knew that you had such an in-depth knowledge of the Benami and Black Money Act. I am really overwhelmed the way you have presented after a very good sometimes lunch. I thought many of me, including me, will sleep. But the level of energy, the level of knowledge in depth you have carried on have blown the hall completely. Friends, as we all know, the Income Tax Act and the black money are very much integrated. So we are doing our bit of work in income tax. So it is on us that we go an extra mile and get the work done in Benami and Black Money Act so that our treasury gets opened. Really thoughtful on the concept and the detailed working you have explained in last 1 hour. I have completely gotten the knowledge of the Benami Act and I will be starting that practice. Macharao, thanks to you. Friends, let us do our bit of our part and make aware all our clients about the importance of such a law and the stringent provisions which we all have to face. Friends, as Chief Guest told, that had been chartered accountant, he will not engage in the audit and other work, he will do definitely extra. So it is our duty that this 2 days conference give some inspiration to take some new work of for our horizons and make our treasurers. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to the office for next.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, I would now like to call upon our third technical session speaker, CA Gururaj Acharya sir, onto the dais. I request CA Babu Abraham Kavyavil, Central Council member, Chairman Expert Advisory Committee and Chairman Board of Studies, Vice Chairman of Audit Committee and also members in Public Service Committee, to please join him onto the dais. I request CA Rajesh S., Regional Council member, Chairman Career Counseling Committee, Chairman Cooperation and NPO Committee to join them onto the dais. I now request CA Babu Abraham Kalyavil, the session moderator, to please come forward and address the gathering.
Very good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
One of the celebrated speaker and eminent expert, not only on tax law, but also on corporate law. And I think CA Gururaj Acharya can speak on any topics of professional relevance. A rank holder for his graduation for Chartered Accountancy and CMA, I was trying to find out what is common between both of us. Then I realized that presently I am the chairman of the Expert Advisory Committee and you have been a member in the Expert Advisory Committee. You have been a director on the board of State Bank of Mysore. I've been a director on the board of State Bank of India, Thiruvananthapuram, local branch. And probably what distinguishes us, you have never taken the mantle of leadership at the ICA. That may be the only difference. And maybe that is but he has been spreading knowledge throughout the country. And as all of us know, he has been one of the most sought after speaker. Thank you, Guru Raj. You are guru for many. And my distinguished colleague in the regional council, CA Rajesh. We are neighbors. I am from Cochin, he is from Pollachi, practically belonging to Coimbatore branch. I see a galaxy of regional council members and office bearers, secretary Pramod, treasurer Deepa, and my dear friends across the Southern India Regional Council. Actually, it's an honor and privilege to coordinate this session at the 58th Southern India Regional Conference. As the Honorable President said, Regional Conference has always been a celebrated event for all of us. I still recollect, I've been privileged to host you all in 2010 at Cochin when I was the chairman of the region. Tax audit carries immense significance for all of us. In fact, we are celebrating the 4 decades of tax audit. While first got introduced on 1st of April 1985. Started as a just reporting measure. Now, tax audit has traversed much beyond. That's a kind of trust, responsibility placed on the professionals. And there is a paradigm shift in the way we do tax audit today. Because of multiple reasons. One of the primary reasons, if you look back, department has leveraged artificial intelligence to a greater extent. Today they do 360-degree profiling of every taxpayer, every tax filing, and they match, they source data across the wide spectrum, not only from the tax department, from other departments too. Whether it is your GST filing, whether it is your high value transaction reporting, including the bank statements and bank transactions. And it gives red flags to the department wherever there are issues. And assume a situation where this red flags have been overlooked by the tax auditor. I think that carries I would not say the risk, I would say the huge responsibility today casted on the tax auditors. Because the government, the department, and other stakeholders place immense value even today on tax audit. Last council has approved the revised guidance note on 44AB. Please download. And it also covers the importance of AI. Therefore, I think it is our bounden duty to enable AI not only in auditing, but also in tax audit too. Because it only can analyze large volumes of data. And whatever red flags can come, that will enable us to apply our common sense. As all of us agree, AI can only be an enabler. It cannot substitute your judgment. Therefore, we continue to apply our mind and our judgment in taking a call on whatever matters which we are reporting, whether it is a small tax audit or an important large tax audit. Therefore, that shows a significance. And I have no doubt in saying that today we have one of the most brilliant speakers to elucidate on the intricacies of the tax audit and how AI-enabled tax audit can help us and how to leverage technology too. There are several tools available. I think some of the tools are also in the display in the exhibition counters. Please ask them to have a demonstration, which today with the advent of technology, they can make you the demonstration while you are sitting at your office. Therefore, please invest in technology. Gone are the days, because human resources are becoming more and more scarce and more expensive. Therefore, only way is to enable technology in your various spheres of practice. With that, I am sure there will be a feast of learning for next 45 minutes. Over to Guru Raj.
Thank you, Papa Abraham sir. So, Guru Rajacharya sir, the stage is yours.
How much time do I have?
45 minutes, sir.
That's a philosophical question that I asked.
Sorry, sir, it's 30. Very sorry. Because we are running late by half an hour.
I don't mind,
Post
but I still am telling you that's a philosophical question that I asked.
Yes, sir.
Wish I knew how much time I had in my life. Having said that, after a wonderful session by Meena Valli on Black Money Act, which was in a way a rigorous imprisonment, because after lunch, it is very difficult to listen to a session on a topic like that. Let me therefore take you to a simple imprisonment on tax audit. Okay? Can I put on the slides, please? Can you switch on the slides? Okay. I am so honored to be sitting next to Mr. Babu, Mr. Abraham, Mr. Kallival. He is a 3CA, in that sense, 3 names, and we were 3 chartered accountants sitting. I always say, when you do a tax audit, what you need is actually 3 CAs to do a tax audit. You need 3 CAs to do a tax audit. CA number 1 is an audit partner. CA number 2, who is very good in taxation, and CA number 3 who is very good in technology. So Babuji has set the stage very well to talk about AI. I'm going to talk about AI assist, and department has been taking on AI in a very big way. And most of you must have heard that for a capital gains cost deduction, there was they asked for certain certificates. They asked for certain vouchers, and once they asked for the vouchers, the assessee produced the supporting documents, and immediately using AI, the department went on to say this is a fake invoice. What they said was the font in which the invoice was raised was not there in the year in which the actual expenditure was incurred. So the department is actually making use of AI in such a big way, and if we are not making use of AI, probably we will be left behind. Now, we always know that the trickle-down effect of tax audit, the starting point of the tax audit is 1 crore, 3 crores, 10 crores for a businessman. And then for a specified assessee, it is 50 lakhs and 75 lakhs. I'm not going to talk about that. But let us talk about the disadvantages of moving the tax audit up to 10 crores. If you have less than 5% of your receipts and payments in the form of cash, you can extend your tax audit beyond 10 crores. Up to 10 crores, there is no need to do a tax audit. Now, what is the disadvantage of that? Have you talked about the disadvantage of that? One of the things that I have seen is host of scrutiny notices have come in case of those companies where the tax audit, where the turnover is 1 crore to 10 crores and tax audit has not happened. So they were subject to a rigorous audit by the department itself. That is one of the disadvantages. The second disadvantage that I can think of is such entities which are not subject to tax audit will not be eligible to claim Section 80JJAA. Section 80JJAA, Babuji, is such a wonderful section which actually is there inserted to boost the employment, where you get a 30% deduction for the new employees that you went on to add. And this deduction, mind you, is applicable even for companies which opt for 115 BAB or BAA. So, yeah, I'm just telling you that these are a couple of disadvantages. A company which is not subject to tax audit is not eligible for 80JJAA. Now, I thought I will talk about these two disadvantages apart from. So, this is the watered down version of how you do a tax audit. But let me go further. A couple of things I wanted to warn you is, please understand that a 44ADA, a presumptive taxation, is applicable only for a specified professional. Now, who is a specified professional has been notified. Please look into this. I have seen certain cases where people are not eligible. They are putting them under 44ADA. For example, a director's sitting fee. A director's sitting fee cannot be a subject matter of presumptive taxation under 44ADA. And a very important point to be noted on presumptive taxation, a couple of pointers in the next half an hour. I will try to give you pointers, if not the entire gamut of tax audit itself, is that in the case of presumptive taxation, for other than these professionals, they cannot come under the 50%. Point number one. Point number two is, in case the income is higher, please understand, the 8% rule or the 50% rule is not as though the balance 92% and the balance 50% is a standard deduction. It is actual profit earned or 50 or 8% as the case may be, which should be offered to tax. They may not maintain books of accounts. They may not maintain vouchers, but they have to declare the actual profit, or 8 or 50% as the case may be. How does the department know? Anyway, you don't have to maintain books of accounts. But at the end of the day, if a financial statement is drawn and your capital balance is more than the income offered, then the differential can always be considered as black money or whatever, unaccounted money. That's point number one. And point number two, interestingly, I should say, that is in the case of a presumptive taxation. In the case of a presumptive taxation, we chartered accountants are somehow used to prepare financial statements. After all, business means no books means no business. For income tax department, you don't have to say. So at the same time, we prepare a capital account in all those cases, just because when they grow big, we anyway have to extrapolate from there. Please understand, drawings, can you debit to P&L account and claim it as an expenditure? Income tax, can you claim it as an expenditure under presumptive taxation? Can income tax be an expenditure allowed for presumptive taxation? Yes or no? That means, is the 8% and 50% a PBT or a PAT? Interestingly, I would have debited income tax drawings to my P&L account, and it is only section 40A1 or section 37 which says you are not supposed to claim that as an expenditure. However, in a presumptive taxation, notwithstanding anything told in 28 to 43C is not applicable. So therefore, tax and drawings can be debited to profit and loss account and still be claimed as an expenditure. How's it? So these are some of the points that you may have to note when you actually get into the presumptive taxation aspect. Can you switch on the screen, please? Okay. Next, let me get into the screen. Yeah, okay, thanks. So, tax auditor's responsibility, qualification and disqualification. A very important disqualification is in the case of chartered accountants who are especially that of trusts. If you cannot be, more often than not, we know we have Swamijis or our own gurus who say that you are my Sishya, so please audit my trust. And that's how it happens. And more often than not, we would have given a contribution to such a trust. If we have contributed any money to the trust up to 50,000 rupees until 31,325, and from 1,425 to 31,326, it has been graciously increased to 1 lakh rupees. Since inception of the trust to date, you are considered to be a specified person in relation to that trust, and you cannot audit such a trust. So please take that as a reason in case, today trusts have become so very difficult to audit that just to say that you don't want to be an auditor, you probably go and donate that much and say, sorry, I am ineligible to be a tax auditor of your own trust. So maybe that would be a better way to deal with this. Communication to the previous auditor a must. Ceiling on the number of tax audits. A couple of things have changed vis-a-vis last year with respect to tax audit ceiling. 60 numbers, all of us know. 60 numbers until last year could be shared between the partners. In fact, the example used in the guidance note was if there were a firm of 7 chartered accountants, can 60 into 7 be done by one chartered accountant and not any 0 by other 6 people? Interestingly, 60 into 7 is how much? 420. That number itself was not good. 420 numbers I can do is what was told in the guidance note, and now it has been made partner specific. It has been made partner specific, which means if I cannot share between the partners, so 60 is for the person. That's the first point to be noted. And the second point to be noted is that 60 is in relation to the audit reports you signed for that year. Until last year, you could have shifted it. Suppose I have signed assessment year 25, 26, 24, 25 and 26, 27 in 1 year. I could have put these 3 in 3 different years quota. But now, when you are signing the audit report, that becomes the year. That becomes the quota for that particular year. These are the couple of changes which have happened. And for 3CA, 3CB, the last year, we are going to sign. That's why I put Babu Abraham in middle, because me and Rajesh were wearing a similar type. We belong to the 2025 Act. Babu belongs to the 1961 Act. 1922 Act. No. I don't want to go so far. But let me tell you that Babu is 1961 for the reason that the only difference between 1960, he went on to say, what are the similarities between the both of us? Let me tell you now the dissimilarities. He is wearing a full suit and I am wearing a half suit. Maybe that is because in 1961 that was required. What they did between the 1961 Act and the 2025 Act is they removed the unnecessary things. So therefore, from the time 2025 Act came into being, I have shifted to this particular mode. So Rajesh, thanks for giving me the company. So having said that, a couple of things. UDIN, very, very important, but the point to be noted with respect to UDIN is that when you actually work out the UDIN in your portal, when you actually for the tax audit purpose, you have something called the auditor's opinion type. The auditor's opinion type, you will have to say unmodified, qualified, adverse. Mostly our tax audit report will be a qualified opinion. Don't use the word unmodified. And in any context, because please understand, most of the seniors sitting here, I talked about 3 CAs. It is the last CA or the article trainee who actually generates the UDIN. He wouldn't know the importance of the qualification or unmodified. Please tutor him very well to say that with relation to tax audit, it is always, because we give a lot of qualifications in the tax audit report. Maybe clause 44, maybe clause 22, maybe clause 30C. All these clauses will have a heavy modification in the tax audit report, and I warn you that you better give a modified opinion or a qualification and call it as a qualified opinion and not a unmodified opinion. So having said that, thank you, sir, for coming, Mr. Pannaraj, sir. A lot of people were asking. I know that you and Pannaraj have a good relationship. Who is the teacher between the two of you? Now I'll have to tell him that he is my teacher. And he has taught me one of the complicated accounts for CA Inter, empty containers and things like that. So thanks for being an inspiration to me, sir. So having said that, going back, we were here on this particular slide, 3CA and 3CB. One of the important things is when do you use 3CA and when do you use 3CB? When you are doing an audit under section 44AB, please understand, when you are doing the audit of the books of accounts for the first time, then you use 3CB. If you are already auditing the books of accounts under any other law, then you are not using 44AB clause A, B, C, D, E. you are actually using the proviso to section 44AB. In which context you will have to use 3CA. Why am I telling like this? Is there is a question in the tax audit report under which clause you have audited the entity. Now, in the case of a company, if you say it is into business and therefore section 44AB clause A, then you are wrong. There is something called the taxation audit quality review board, Abraham which looks into all these and finds out if there are any serious mistakes or technical mistakes. So this could be a technical mistake, but it will look like you have audited the books of accounts for the purpose of taxation again for a company. Actually, you have already audited the books of accounts elsewhere for the purpose of Companies Act, given an audit report, and that's where you use your 3CA. So whenever you are using 3CA, please be careful. Under the clause, you will have to very specifically say the section is actually proviso to section 44AB and not section 44AB. You didn't. IC and DS, I always put this DS in a red color for the reason to say that there may not be any change with respect to income computation, which is an Excel matter. But when it comes to actual disclosures, you will have to disclose at least out of 8 out of the 10 ICDS. Although in the budget, Madam went on to say that ICDS will be removed from the taxation history books. We are yet to see. For this year, it is applicable. So disclosure standard is important. Now, revision of the tax audit report. The President is here. On 31st of July, the guidance note for 2026 has been released, which got uploaded on 5th of August, which means day before yesterday it got uploaded. And I happened to sit, although yesterday was my birthday, I had to sit in the office to work on what are the changes in the guidance note. And thankfully, I used AI to say what are all the changes. Between the two documents, what are all the changes. I will rush you through the changes interestingly. And very sadly, this is the concluding edition of the tax audit report guidance note under 1961 Act. And thereafter, we will have the 2025 Act version, which will be effective from the next year. And 3CD, I'm saying the tax audit report form 3CA, 3CB, 3CD now will be in the 2025 Act, which is in the 2026 rules, Form 26. Form 26. It's very easy to remember because the form is the same as the income tax rules of 2026. So Form 26 will be the new rule, new 3CA, 3CB, and 3CD. And interestingly, you have got only one form. There is no 3CA, 3CB, 3CD from next year. It will be Form 26, A, B, C, D sections. A, B, C, D sections. A and B. A is applicable for 3CA cases. B will be applicable for 3CB cases. And C and D will be the 3CD. This is where you will see from the next year the changes. Please understand, SA 700 is the format in which we clearly say the assessee is responsible, whose responsibility. The opinion of the audit report will be given in SA 700. We will have to give our opinion even in the tax audit report using the format of SA 700. Using the format of SA 700. What I mean by that is, this is what is already there in the guidance note, has been there for a long time. Assessee's responsibility for financial statements and statement of particulars in Form 3CD, which means the assessee has to fill up all the information in 3CD. I can, as a tax auditor, using the standards on auditing, do a test check, a sampling. Although I am saying I am doing a true and correct. True and correct is nothing more than true and fair. I always keep telling the certificate for 3CD is true and correct, and for the normal it is true and fair. True and fair, there is no differential between true and correct and true and fair. Both of them stand to be a reasonable assurance from the auditor's perspective. So please put this, otherwise it will be considered as a default from the institute's side. So they have told that SA 700 has to be put, and be peer review ready. Audit documentation is very, very important. Now, we talked about all this, so I will get into The key changes in the guidance note, released by the Direct Taxes Committee. They have told what is a turnover includes and excludes, tax auditor ceiling, which we just now covered. And if you read one particular thing, thanks to Kota Srinivas, he was taking inputs from me and passing it on to the Direct Tax Committee. One of the interesting things in the exposure draft, all of us know that the tax audit report sometimes may have to be revised. What context? 30th September and October issue, 43B. For all the 43B cases, bonus, etc., which gets paid in the month of October, you will have to revise your tax audit report. Otherwise, if your bonus is paid and you show in 43B as a disallowance, next month if it is paid, because 43B you can claim unless it is a case of MSME 43BH. All other A2, A, B, C, D, and all those things until H can be claimed till the due date of filing the income tax return, which is October. So your tax audit due date is 30th September. So if you have actually paid your bonus in the month of October, you will have to revise this, other your 143(1)A will pick it up from your earlier tax audit report. Now the question which came out is who can revise the tax audit report? Whether the one who has signed or anybody else. Very clearly in the 2025 guidance note, they had told the same auditor has to revise it. In the exposure draft, they had included one word, revised audits by a different member will be counted as a separate number for tax audit. However, if the same auditor is certifying, then it will not be considered as a different tax audit because we have a 60 quota. So 60 quota. Then I wrote to the DTC to say, you'll have to clarify when you are saying that revision can happen only by the same tax auditor, how can there be a situation that a revised audit report by a different member be possible? Because you are contradicting within your guidance note. And fortunately, in the final version, they have removed that, and therefore, now as it stands, the revised tax audit report can be signed only by the same tax auditor. Unless, of course, I could have thought of only one situation where the person who has signed actually is expired and hits a proprietorship concern. A very rare situation. In that context, it's an exception. So financial statements which are being certified, even if it is a non-corporate entity, has to be in the format as told under the guidance note. Let me spend a couple of minutes here. Guidance note for the financial statements of a non-corporate entity was made applicable from 25-26 itself. However, in the fag end, somewhere in the month of September, there was a relaxation issued by the ACB, that is the Accounting Standards Board, to say that it can be deferred. That means you don't have to do the non-corporate entities' financial statements in the format given by the guidance note for 24-25. However, from 1/4/25 onwards, that is financial statements starting from 1/4/25, which is 25-26, which we are going to sign, all the non-corporate entities whose turnover is more than 5 crores shall give their financial statements in the format given by the guidance note. Less than 5 crores, they have told they can take 1 more year to graduate. So these are the important changes which has happened. So please note, and in case the financial statements of a non-corporate entity is not as per the format, then the tax auditor in Form 3CB, because 3CA mostly for companies, or it could be a situation where it could be a LLP, in which context you would give a separate report, and in that report you talk about the format not being followed. In 3CB, you shall qualify that the financial statements have not been prepared under the guidance note for non-corporate entities. A word of caution here, if it is a not-for-profit organization, maybe a charitable trust, should I follow the guidance note and should I qualify? Let me tell you, there is something called a technical guide for financial presentation for not-for-profit organization. That is still a technical guide only, and therefore, I am of the opinion that for a non-profit organization, this guidance note does not apply. Now, the guidance note now talks about the DPDP Act in a big way. It says that auditors have to take enough precautions right from now on because DBTB is going to come into picture from 13th of May 2027. And very interestingly, this particular guidance note talks about, in fact, Kota Srinivas sent me the draft of a lot of questions from the DTC asking for so many questions. One of the questions that was asked by the DTC was whether AI, some input should be given in the guidance note on using of AI. And very interestingly, in the final output, the guidance note talks about AI in only two places. It talks about AI in only two places. Okay, maybe somebody can be here just to, or I will have to change the timer. Okay, so use of caution for AI. And what they have done, very interestingly, let me tell you, is that, yes, I have a very good friend, Bharadwaj. You can be my assistant here. So they have talked about AI. They have talked about AI to be used as a IA. I standing for first year article. I mean, I would say a first year article. Use it as a first year article because over a period of time it will become a second year article, a third year article, and then a chartered accountant itself. Right now, use it as a first year article, get the benefits out of that, but maybe it is not as intelligent as you should be. Use it as a lawyer and not as a judge. Now it can, the professional judgment should be that of yours only. I think that's a caution that they have told. If AI is employed for audit, ultimate responsibility lies with the auditor. And of course, moreover, it is necessary to observe the responsibilities flowing from the CA Act, regulations, code of ethics, and that means they have given enough of warnings. And one more place that they have used AI is when we talked about DPDP Act. Firms must strengthen governance, access controls, cloud, and AI safeguards. Because I searched in the flight today how many times they have used AI in the guidance note. And please note that this is the last guidance note under 1961 Act and the first time the AI has been introduced in guidance note. So while they said that it is okay to use guidance note, but take all precautions. Of course, last editions, TAQB, that is the Taxation Audit Quality Review Board, lot of observations, what are all the various mistakes that have been told there. Sample MRL and working paper list. They have given a working paper checklist within the guidance note. Next, Bharadwaj. So this is, of course, what are all the do's and don'ts. I'll have to wrap up, I think, in 5 minutes. Okay. So then I'll go in a very fast speed. Guidance note, common mistakes have been told. What are the various common mistakes that happen? So much so, Panaraj sir, we will be able to appreciate. The wordings used in accounting standards for inventory valuation is cost and net lower of cost and net realizable value, whichever is less. Whereas whatever has been used in the ICDS is cost or net realizable value, whichever is less. So you will have to use the exact words coming out of the standard, entering into the ICDS. So various non-compliances have been listed out. I already talked about this. Next. Yeah, the MRL format has been given in a very structured way. Please ensure that the management representation letter is taken for all audits, more so for tax audits. Tax audits separately. This will be one of the first thing that the peer reviewer will ask when it comes for peer review. Next. So notable changes. Of course, the last time guidance note talked about so many changes. One very interesting thing is about the futures and options. Futures and options can at most be, how do you work out the turnover for futures and options? It is a plus and minus total, all of us know by now. But very interestingly, it can either be a capital gain or a profits and gains of business or profession. It cannot be an income from other sources. So that is what has been told, but what it is to be decided by you. Yeah. I think I generally talked about presumptive taxation. The earlier guidance notes, I just covered it. Maybe some other session. Next. Yeah, remuneration from partnership. Remuneration from partnership, if I am able, let us say I get a 1 crore remuneration from my firm. Should I therefore, this 1 crore be considered as a turnover in excess of 75 lakhs? and be subject to tax audit? The answer is no. The answer is no. And using the same analogy, can I therefore subject my 1 crore to a 44 AD? Let us say I received 60 lakhs remuneration from the firm or a 40 lakhs remuneration from the firm. Can I use a 44 ADA? I think that is stretching it too much. Next. Yeah, I think Atul Kumar Gupta was the past president of the institute. He took up his own case and fought for partners' remuneration. I can still claim an expenditure of traveling, telephone, depreciation, R&M, fuel expenses and driver's salary. Next, please. Yeah, these are the Form 3CD amendments which happened last year. Thankfully, there are no changes this year. Thankfully, there are no changes this year because this is the last year. They also don't want to meddle with that. Form 26 is even going to be there next year. So, of course, one very important thing is about Clause 22. There's a challenge still as to how do you show the disallowance for MSMEDA Act. It's going to be a great challenge. You'll have to be very careful. All that I can tell you is 22(2) minus 3A is not 3B, not necessarily 3B, some other time. Next. One very important thing that has to be noted is the MSME limits have got increased. So therefore, if last year there were so many MSMEs, this year it will be that much more because the turnovers have got doubled and the ceiling in the investment in plant and machinery has become 2.5 times. So more number of people would be eligible to become MSMEs. Okay. Next. Okay, these are the disclosures that are required. Accounting standards, of course, I can skip because this is a optional. Go fast. Qualifications, yes. AI assist in tax audit. I wanted to spend some time, maybe next, a minute, please. Yeah. Okay, this is very important. This is a slide which shows that nobody pays you anymore for your hard work. They only pay you for your smart work. Because if I am working hard and Bharadwaj is working smart, and he is charging lesser than me and giving the same output, if not better, maybe he would be better off than me. So I think I should use the smart work rather than hard work. For all the seniors here, this is a good time for us to learn from our articles. They are the best in this. They are the best in this. Of course, you teach them and you learn from them. Okay. So next, please. So AI tools, I already told you, final responsibility, the contents of tax auditor push will continue to remain entirely with the tax auditor. So this is a thing what I wanted for this session. What are all the outputs we get by giving a proper prompt in the various tools? And Claude, I mean, I keep asking, maybe Bharadwaj can answer, which is the one which you use most often? Claude. I think, we were talking about cloud, now we are talking about Claude. You know, that is so the past tense of cloud is Claude. This is just to give you coffee and tea in between. So having said that, lot of things can, your audit program, your tax audit communication templates, your audit sampling and documentation, the documentation automation, all these, mind you, I have given in the blue text, represents prompts currently available in AI, ICI, tax audit prompt library. There is a prompt library, you don't even have to prompt because prompting is everything. Today you have to become a prompt engineer, not necessarily a software engineer. If your prompt is good, your output will be good. Next. So various clauses, depreciation reporting, ESI, PF, mind you, I mean for some of the seniors it will be a shock. You give your 26 AS and your tally into this, it will tell you the discrepancies who are all made TDS but not there in your 26 AS. You give these two, what used to take maybe 10 days can now happen in 5 seconds. 5 seconds. So, so these challans, if you drag, this previous one, I was just talking about the ESI and PF, you drag all your challans, it will give you the date of the payment and the date of the month in which the transaction pertains to. 369 SS, TDS, of course, some of them can be only flags. Whether it is a red flag or a blue flag or a black flag, you will have to identify. Sometimes, please understand, the AI is not as smart as our Income Tax Act. I mean, our Income Tax is slightly cunning and trickier. Some things are possible to be measured and worked out. Some things are not. Yeah. So safeguards, confidentiality of the client data, verification of AI output, no delegation of professional judgment. Ultimate judgment should be that of yours. Documentation in audit file, responsibility for errors is that of the member signing. It could give you it could hallucinate and give you some judgment which is not at all there. And finally, if you are going to use the AI and putting the information never put the direct information about the client into the thing. So you will have to prepare a tool, download it into your system and put the data into the tool. And the information should not go out. By chance, there could be a possibility in our banks. When you talked about me being a bank in a director in State Bank of Mysore, today I'm a director in Karnataka Bank, and we were told, and banking has become so risk prone. Copilot, we had to disable Copilot in all our systems, because if Copilot is enabled, all the mails from the bank could go out of the system. So we had so much of threat from that, and now we are using AI in a very, very judicious way, because I think banks and therefore the chartered accountants also will be subject to all these threats also coming from these various tools. Yes, please. So I just wanted to, no, please. No, I think you've spoiled the fun. What I wanted to say is, I put to the cloud that this picture, no, this just one plus. Yeah, this is a picture of mine which I said, please give me a better version of this because it's very blurry. This is what I told, and what it gave was this. While it is good to laugh, I'm saying it can be as dangerous. Then my son said, Dad, you didn't give the proper prompt. Without changing the image, when I said it's a blurry image, so give me a better version of that particular image, and it gave me this. Now, while I would be happy to be like this, but Babuji, I think I'm more happier being what I am. Okay? Last. So, this is my final presentation. I think I took just more than what I should have, but I can always tell you that we are all practicing chartered accountants. And why do we call ourselves as practicing chartered accountants? 2 words I'd always come to say. One is, if practice makes a man perfect, when is that chartered accountants can become perfect? That's why I asked you how much time do I have. Till the end of my time, I still will not be a perfect chartered accountant. I am a work in progress only. That is why building is always a building. It will never be built. It will always be building. So I am under work in progress constantly. Having said that, that is not the practicing chartered accountant meaning is. Practice what you preach. That is the practicing chartered accountant that we are. So we have to preach, and whatever we are preaching here is what we do in the office. I think that is the practicing chartered accountant. At the end of the day, I heard this wonderful Panara sir, that you are a man of integrity. When they say you are a man of integrity, what is integrated? We know differential and differentiation and integration. What is integration? Integration of your mind, talk, and your deed. I think that if it is in one line, then you are called as a person with integrity. Thank you so much.
Sir, they say a name should reflect the person. And in your case, nothing could be more true.
Short of time.
Guru, a teacher, and Acharya, one who leads by knowledge and example. The affection with which the profession calls you Guru is a testament to the wisdom you so generously share. Thank you, CA Guru Raj Acharya sir, for yet another masterclass on income tax. Last but not least, belated birthday wishes on behalf of all the delegates here, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our beloved Guru. Thank you.
We now kindly request CA Raghavendra Mograye, M. Chairman of Udupi branch of SIRC to present momente to CA Guru Raj Acharya Garu.
A big round of applause, please.
I have only one request. Those who are doing tax audit, kindly go to the website of Tax Audit Quality Review Board. There are 2 publications. One is on common deficiencies in the tax audit, and there is a checklist for tax audit. Kindly download, both are free. Please see what is applicable to you.
We humbly request Regional Council Member C.A.S. Rajesh, Chairman of Career Counseling Committee of SIRC, Chairman of Cooperation and...
Respected Chairman of the session, Central Council Member, ever smiling, C.A. Baba Prem Kallivail sir, the Speaker of the session, as we know, Rajaguru, who guides, teaches many kings. Here we have Guru Raj, the Acharya for us all. Not only in the past, as he said, a teacher in progress and a teacher always. Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful session. As we always love to hear from you, it was a wonderful session hearing from you. And as you said, technology is not a threat to us, is a smart assistant which will enable us to do the tax audit in a better manner. So I thank once again to, the speaker for such a wonderful session. And I also, on behalf of SIRC of ICI, I thank the chairperson and the speaker for gracing this session. And a small request from as a chairman of the Carry Counseling Committee, August 21, Pan-India, we are organizing Carry Counseling programs across India. And I request each and every one of you to register as Carry Counselors and see to that any school or college, wherever you are attached to, the Carry Counseling program happens jointly with the branches then and there. Thank you very much. August 21, we are doing it in across. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind... Now, may I request CAA Shivaprasad sir
us through the topic of cyber security, the risks, more particularly in the BFSI, in the era of artificial intelligence. Now we have seen the way the artificial intelligence is growing. Now artificial intelligence has become a new sense organ for the humanity. Now the real power of the artificial intelligence is not that it knows all. It can know anything. So the moment we give any PDF, because of some technology like RAG or whatever, now the artificial intelligence is able to read it, understand it, and based on that, it is able to deliver. Now, while this is a great power, with every power there comes the vulnerability or a risk. Now we have a facility that the AI can read through any website or any system or any process and can intercept that and can hack that system on its own. Now the power of AI is increasing every day, and this is bringing new risks into the reality. Now, very strong systems are getting hacked, and the cyber security risk is a reality today. So the kind of risks that are coming up, the way as a profession we have to be aware, equipped, and then react, the way we have to guide our client. These are very interesting and very important topic for us. So we look forward to you, sir, to take us through the new era that brings in the risks that are there because of a result of AI. With this, I hand it over to the chair.
Thank you, Shivaprasad sir. Now may I request CA Rajendra Kumar sir, Central Council member, session chairman, to give his introductory speech about the session.
Very esteemed Dr. Srinivas, the Regional Council member, CA Rekha Umashiv, the Central Council members who are seen here, the Regional Council members who are seated here, I can see in the front row, our chairman is there. I see Abhishek Murali, I can see Banu, I can see Rajesh, and then the past chairman I can see Adusumalli, I can see, of course I can see now Sunil also has come, the Regional Council member. I can see Falguna Kumar sir, Rajeshwaran sir, and of course few others who are seated here and there. and other past chairmen who are here, the past regional council members who have come here for this particular great program that is happening today in this wonderful town of Mangalagiri. My first and foremost congratulations to Chairman Subbarao sir, Muppala Subbarao sir, for organizing this particular program in such a magnificent way here. We feel extremely comfortable. In fact, as the past chairman of the SIRC, who had a conference, similar conference in 2008, I've had the proud privilege of attending every conference, every regional conference, and every regional conference has added value. This is one place where we come, we meet our old friends, we renew new connections, we make new acquaintances, and we make new friends. I have heard Dr. Srinivas in the past, and you have given a nice brief also about this particular AI. See, I come from an era where we have seen physical as well as virtual, where we have seen physical books as well as books which are invisible. We have seen physical currency, now we are seeing virtual currency. So this generation of ours, we must feel proud that we are contributors to a change that is happening in the world, a positive change. In fact, when I qualified as a chartered accountant, Tally had just arrived in the market. It was just hitting the market. And you'd have heard the Tally speaker talking to you. Now I'll tell you the mindset in which all of us were. In those years when I qualified in 1995, we were told that Tally has come and it will replace chartered accountants. Believe me, it was told in many of these type of programs, many of these seminars, conferences, lecture meetings, and when one-to-one chartered accountants used to meet, Tally has come. That's all. Now we'll have no job. Tally has come. Now there's nothing to do in accounts. Everything Tally will take care. And today, what is the situation? Unless until we are there, no one can take care of Tally. So Tally needs chartered accountants even today to take care of Tally. And as our wonderful chief guest in the morning, congratulations, Chairman sir, the speaker left an indelible impression on each and every chartered accountant assembled here. I think all of you will agree, those who heard him, he spoke from the heart today. And he said, see, AI will not replace human being. Human intelligence can never be replaced by any artificial intelligence. Human intelligence can never be a substitute for any intelligence. Human intelligence is always supreme. A numero uno. And the artificial intelligence which has come in today will make our life easy, no doubt about it. But at the same time, remember, sir, that which is easy is the most toughest, is what we have known in the CA examination. If the question is just 1 page or half a page in a CA examination, the answer is going to be equally difficult, and the valuation you don't know from where, which step the marking will be there and will not be there. But if the question paper is on 2 or 3 sides, the answer is there in the question itself, and that is easy. So nothing that is easy will make our life simple, will make our life livable. Please bear in mind that each and every one of us seated here are equally responsible for the state of affairs that is going to come 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. In fact, Andhra Pradesh, I always used to call it as United States of Andhra Pradesh, USA. USA is not United States of America, it's United States of Andhra Pradesh, even in America also. Their brilliance in technology, their natural intelligence in technology is what India is reaping the benefit. I'm truly telling you, both of you who are seated here, technologically brilliant people. Believe me when I tell, it is the contribution of each and every person from the United States of Andhra Pradesh which has led to India's software revolution. And we are sitting in this particular town of Mangalagiri, and this wonderful town hosting this conference with great speakers like Srinivas. But I'm eager to hear. I was just telling him, I heard you in Chennai. My good fortune, I'm seated here, sir. I'm going to hear you. And those of you who are seated here will vouch for me when I tell you, after he speaks, what I've told, that yes, Srinivas was truly tremendous, marvelous, and human intelligence is what Srinivas is all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, such a wonderful introduction about Srinivas sir. So let me give a brief profile of Srinivas Enamandra sir. Dr. Srinivas Enamandra is a fintech consultant and currently a recipient of CA Global Achiever Award 2019 from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. With this brief, may I now request Dr. CA Srinivas Enamandra sir to address the gathering. Thank you, sir.
Respected members at the helm of the Institute, the office bearers of the SIRC, and the branches which are hosted here, a conference which is extremely brilliant since morning that we have seen, and my other dignitaries who are sitting at the dais and giving wonderful words of introduction. So it gives me privilege to stand before you, and that too at my hometown, and thankfully I hear in the morning that this conference is happening for almost a couple of decades since the past. And today, once again, after so many years, when this event is happening, I'm particularly grateful to be present before you, thanks to my other colleague, Sunil, who happens to be the regional council member here, and he fondly remembers me whenever there is an event of this nature. Is this better? Yeah, I think this is better. Thank you. The only thing is one disclaimer I would like to make compared to the sessions that we have since morning, because I might be using some of the similar words that my other speakers have spoken, but the meaning would be slightly different when we talk about in the context of IT and cyber security. For example, when we say about attachment, in the morning sessions, we would have heard about attachment as something attaching the assets under the Income Tax Act, or maybe under the other provisions of the recent tax laws. But when we say attachment here, maybe in this session, we are going to talk about email attachments, actually. And in the similar way, in the morning, we would have spoken about corruption. Corruption could be something in the context of a public official. But here we are going to talk about corruption of maybe a program or a file or something related to the technology. And last few hours, we have been discussing about accounting. Accounting could be a double entry accounting that we have been so far familiar with. But in the era of this IT, now we are getting used to something called as a triple entry accounting. The third entry being the digital signature or the stamp of the signature that gets attached to every double entry accounting that we are going to do. So broadly, when it is completely swayed by the world of artificial intelligence, we need to be mindful of some of the things, especially coming from the banking industry. So in the next few minutes that is available to me, what I'm going to do is to give you a brief context of why artificial intelligence has assumed a renewed significance, especially in this year, at the beginning of this year, since March 2026. And most of you who have been auditing the bank audits would know the plethora of the circulars that the Reserve Bank of India and other regulators are continuously issuing after the event called as Mythos that has happened in March 2026. So we'll have a little background in terms of what this change is all about in the artificial intelligence. We'll try to see what exactly is the way artificial intelligence is not only helping the professions, but it is also accelerating one of the most dreadful trends in the IT industry, that is cyber attacks. And when we talk about artificial intelligence, we've only talked about the current set of challenges, but it is very important if somebody is working in the banking industry to look beyond the horizon of next 2 to 3 years maybe try to understand what exactly are the changes that are going to happen in the next decade or next 2 decades, which will define the next generation challenges. So we are going to touch upon some of the next generation challenges. So this will be slightly technical, but I think as a chartered accountant myself, and without any programming or coding myself, and the kind of knowledge that I have at least try to gather just by following through the Reserve Bank of India circulars, I'm sure that most of you might be in a position to get this similar kind of an expertise with certain simple tools and techniques, which I'll be covering in the last part of my presentation, as to in this world of AI and cyber attacks, what exactly calls for a chartered accountant to keep themselves up to date and staying abreast of the relevant regulations, so that when they are called upon to attest or provide assurance, they are completely geared up to provide that assurance in a meaningful manner. So when we get into the first one, we are talking about the way the entire IT has recently got itself transformed. And the transformation is basically moving from a monolithic architecture. Like most of you might be understanding what is a monolithic architecture. In the years, when we saw banking, we used to have the core banking system under the Finacle. We used to have the retail system in Fin1. We used to have the internet banking in a separate system. Cards managed by a card management system. From that application-oriented IT, we are now moving to something called as a service-oriented architecture, to a microservices-oriented architecture, which means we are continuously developing banking, and especially with the advent of the fintech, into something called as APIs, APPs, and APKs. API is basically, today when you are talking about banking, you are no longer talking about banking as a set of applications, but it is a set of application programming interfaces. The way you do KYC, the way you do customer spending account verification, the way you are trying to do civil verification, the way you are trying to do a PAN verification, the way you are trying to see a particular document is intelligently getting processed or not, everything in the banking is driven by what is called as API. And when we see the architecture in terms of the way banks are trying to reach out to the customers, it is completely driven by APPs, which is basically the one-stop shop, which is basically the super apps that are going to rule yours and my day-to-day life in an electronic era than the internet banking or the mobile banking that we used to practice earlier. And lastly, when you are a small merchant, for example, you are no longer dependent upon somebody trying to give you a complete set of the banking services. All you need to do is to have a mobile phone, and the payment company might give you an APK, an Android package kit, which is basically turning your basic smartphone into a kind of a point of sale vending machine, which is basically a card acceptance machine, which can accept any card by a tap of a card, or it can also accept any kind of a payment through the generation of a dynamic QR code. So APIs, APPs, and APKs have actually transformed the way the banking has been so far been seen, and now today we are having this entire bank in the box, which is going to dominate through the changes from application to the architecture. And the back-end power of this architecture is completely determined by artificial intelligence. Now, when this entire spectrum of this architecture is backed by artificial intelligence, what exactly are the threats that banks generally are getting exposed to? So unless and until we are aware of some of the risks in terms of IT architecture today, we will not be able to give a 100% certificate with respect to the bank audits. Now, what exactly are the risks that we are going to talk about here? The first set of risk is basically AI targeted threat surface. Like one is, what exactly is a threat surface? A threat surface is basically the entry point for any kind of an attacker to enter into the banking system. Earlier, when an attacker has to enter into the banking system, he has to enter through the system's entry points, which are basically some of the user IDs and passwords located at certain admin IDs. And that's how they used to enter into the internal systems of the banks. But today, the systems are no longer monitored completely within the bank's internal architecture. Your mobile banking is outside. Your entire internet banking is outside on your mobile. your entire payment systems are completely outside the banking, which means that the threat surface is actually getting extended beyond the internal systems, which means that the possibility of duping a customer or the possibility of duping even an employee, and with the powerful technologies that are shaping up today with artificial intelligence, are going to change the threat surface of the entire cyber attack threat landscape. Now, what exactly does that mean? If somebody has to phish, like we used to understand phishing, and we always remember when the days of phishing, like 2006, I remember when the first case of phishing happened. Since then, industry has geared up, and you and me know what exactly is the way a phishing email looks like. And we have got a lot of the spam filters in our emails actually, which can detect phishing easily because the content is almost self-evident, the language is not good, the addressing is not proper, the branding is not good. On those basis, today our emails can detect what is a spam email and what is not. But tomorrow onwards, the situation may not be the same because with respect to the generation of this spam email, even artificial intelligence is helping the fraudsters to design emails which are looking as if like they are personalized, customized, and looking very authentic actually. And that content, you can't really make out whether it has come from a trusted source or whether it has come from a fraudulent source. And also, with the powerful technologies of deepfakes, with the powerful technologies of synthetic IDs, you can't really tell whether the person on the opposite side that is interacting with you is a real person or is a fake person. The deepfakes, which is becoming another problem with respect to the artificial intelligence, has actually shown us what it can do when it gets into the hands of the fraudsters. In 2024, if you see a case that has happened in Hong Kong, an employee of the bank has been duped as if like someone from a head office in UK is calling them. And that person from UK tried to ask this employee in Hong Kong to transfer certain $25 million to a certain bank accounts. And the employee got suspicious because this is a unexpected call. So he was not very sure and he wrote an email thinking that this needs to be reviewed thoroughly. But so what happened afterwards is very interesting. That mail got hacked and the person has been directed to a Zoom call in which the people who attended the Zoom call are not the real people, but the people who attended are the deep fake clones of his boss and also his team members. And after speaking with those AI bots, thinking that they are the natural people, after that, the person has actually transferred $25 million to 4 different bank accounts. And the first recorded deep fake based clone or the deep fake based fraud has happened in the history. And that's how the content, which is basically the AI human deep fakes, the generation of this technology is going to give you a kind of a synthetic face, synthetic voice, and a synthetic video which can dupe you, and the threat surface can get increased. And then there are AI manipulated models. In the morning, we have seen some of the members saying about hallucination. We think that hallucination is machine is trying to do something, but it may so happen that you or me generate so many photographs actually, and unknowing to us, most of the companies might be using these photographs for their training of their model purpose. So these days, we are trying to use certain technologies called as night shade. A night shade is a technology where if you don't want your photograph to be used by an AI company, you go to that app and upload your photograph, and the photograph will be converted into a machine non-readable format, which means that the photograph looks like Srinivas to a human eye. But to the machine which is trying to read the photograph, it might look like a cat. And that is how you can protect your copyright of the photograph, which means that if any of the AI company is trying to use this photograph for their training, their model gets corrupt actually. Because the photograph it is thinking that it is training on Srinivas as an image, is actually training its model on Srinivas as a cat actually. And that means any company which has used that kind of a training has to have certain amount of probability of hallucination that can happen. And that is how machine models also can get corrupted. So you can dupe humans, you can dupe content, we can dupe even the machine models, which means that the threat landscape is continuously enhancing. And not only that, we are increasing the threat landscape, but we are also trying to see the way in which the cyber attacks used to happen. And there are a lot of these companies which are giving us shocker informations day by day. In March 2026, we have seen Mythos, which has not yet released the model, but has demonstrated the capability that its Mythos product, which is released by Cloud, is Anthropic, is basically trying to identify the vulnerabilities in any system or any application which has not been detected in the past 3 to 4 decades. Which means that if that Mythos with that capability is in the hands of the fraudster, they might get to know what exactly are the vulnerabilities which it needs to get exploited for staging a powerful cyber attack. And the reason, immediately after noticing such kind of a powerful tool, they have withdrawn a commercial release of that application and they have given it to the people who are the cyber defenders, and that is currently under review as to see if any of the current applications have any vulnerabilities which are used by the banking industry, what exactly is the extent of the damage that it can do. Which is basically the way AI can assist a cyber attack. Apart from assisting the cyber attack, AI can also power the cyber attack. What does it mean by powering the cyber attack? Any cyber attack typically is like sending a malware actually. Today, we understand malware is a kind of a virus that is sent into your program, which is a static malware. And any kind of a cyber defender typically can understand what exactly is the signature of that malware and can immediately decrypt that. But IBM, through Deep Locker, has demonstrated that this malware not only can be static, but it can also change the form, or it can also get triggered only when it meets certain conditions. Which means that this malware doesn't look like a malware for a common cyber defender. The malware gets triggered only when it is able to match certain conditionalities. Say, for example, if you want to hack a kind of a CEO's computer, this malware will sit in the CEO's computer for long, and when a person is trying to scan the computer, the malware does not be reflected immediately, but the malware can get triggered when the CEO starts opening the computer using his Face ID. And that is the trigger point for the malware, which means that till then, it looks like a normal file. But this activation of this malware can happen only when the specific person who has to enter into the computer starts using the computer. And that kind of a powerful tool has been released by IBM Deep Locker. And again, it's a demonstration of the capability to show what exactly AI-powered cyber attack can actually mean. And lastly, we have seen what exactly an AI-initiated cyber attack could mean. OpenAI, in a controlled environment, tried to do certain experiments, and the agents which the OpenAI is trying to do, without the notice of the OpenAI, has left the system and tried to contact an outside vendor. Because the system has been given a kind of an objective that it has to do a cyber attack. And since it is in a controlled environment, it doesn't know within OpenAI how to get that lock out of the control. So it wanted to find out the open sources through which it can try to break that lock. And therefore, it has reached to another program outside the company called as Hugging Face. And that has become a kind of a crazy issue in the last 3-4 years, actually. So the cyber attacks are becoming AI-assisted. Cyber attacks are powered by AI. And the cyber attacks are also getting AI-initiated, which means that the way the cyber attacks are attacking the system is completely AI-accelerated. And lastly, we are also seeing what exactly it means to the cyber security professionals. So cyber security professionals need not extremely worry only, but they can also make good use of the AI in terms of beefing up the defenses. Like the vulnerability assessment and the penetration tests that we do can be completely automated using what is called as a cyber range. Cyber range is basically a kind of a simulated platform. Without actually disturbing the systems that you are working on, you can do a vulnerability and a penetration test in a digital twin environment, which is basically creating a replica of your entire system and then trying to work a VAPT exercise, which was not possible till recently. So you can also use AI for the purpose of the cyber defense. You can also try to see certain rules in your cyber security incident and event management systems. Most of the banks, you might know, will have something called as a securities operations center. A securities operations center will log all sort of unauthorized incidents in one place and try to see what exactly is the cyber security risk emanating from these logs. And these logs currently are rule-based logs, but going forward, these logs also can be user and behavior-based logs. Behavior-based logs are basically, it not only takes into account certain rules, but the way you operate your computer. For example, the way you open the computer, the way you click the computer, the way, if you're using, say, for example, a mobile device, whether you are using the mobile device in a standing position or whether you are using the mobile in a sitting position, whether you type on the mobile with a single finger or both fingers, there are a lot of these biometrics that can be created, and a profile can be created of you as a normal profile, and that normal profile can be used for the purpose of identifying a deviant profile, and the deviant profile can be used to log a security incident. So that tomorrow, if you are going to claim that some third party has entered in my system, it is very easy for us to do a forensic audit, because a third person cannot be doing exactly the same way you enter into a computer or you use your mobile phone. So we can use AI even for the purpose of behavioral analytics. You can also use AI for an incident response. Incident response is not only you can identify a security incident, you can also use AI for activation of what is called as a kill switch. A kill switch is basically the moment you notice a security incident, immediately you ask the system to shut down running of the program. And that call can be taken by the AI completely, which is a double-edged sword. Because if the AI recognizes the threat correctly, it can shut down the system and can protect the organization. But if the AI is misdirecting the incident, it means that it is going to shut down the system unnecessarily, and that is also another issue. So now we are having three different scenarios. AI is going to increase the threat surface, AI is going to power the cyber attacks, and AI is also trying to help the cyber security professionals in the defensive operations. Now that is only the kind of the technology that we have till today. What happens if these technologies become even more powerful and we have to get into the next generation technologies? When we get into the next generation technologies, we have got situations like API vulnerabilities. I don't know, most of you, when you are doing a kind of a cyber audit actually, you also look into the number of APIs, the application programming interfaces, are the kind of links that the bank is trying to use for the purpose of getting the information from outside, and also the number of links that the bank is giving to the other people to actually get banking services. Most of you might know when you are using actually a kind of a broking application. These broking applications can work on an API, and you can use an algorithm trading application, and you can connect your algorithm trading application to this broking application using API. Now these days, it is called upon by the certified auditors to look into what sort of controls that the banks and the security companies are instituting on APIs actually, because in the organization it is seen that not many entities have got a full inventory of APIs. How many inventories that this entity has got for an external world? How many inventories of APIs that it is going to consume, and how many it is going to give to the external world? Because any kind of a threat that is going to happen to a bank is going to happen through these APIs. And someone who wants to choke the system, who doesn't want to take away any of your money, they just want to choke your system, they can send unusual traffic through these APIs so that they can throttle the system. Throttling the system is basically sending huge traffic through these APIs so that your system is not available to your customers. So how do you actually set up limits on these APIs so that the API will recognize the distinction between a good behavior and a bad behavior and is able to control the normal traffic is another important domain. And if you are into the IS audit, API audit is going to be the need of the hour, and Reserve Bank of India is expecting a lot of these audits into these banks and the fintech companies in respect of the API risk management. Apart from API, we're also seeing the requirement of the banks in respect of BOM. BOM is basically BOM, bill of material. We all know whenever we purchase a car, and a car which is of a new model, we not only look into the features of the car, but we also want to know the spare parts availability of the car, because it's a new model car, whether the spare parts are available locally, whether the spare parts are costly, whether the spare parts are coming from a country with which India has got a friendly relation or not. You want to know a lot of these things when you are purchasing a car. But today, the unfortunate situation is that when you are actually purchasing a kind of a software, we are not actually looking into these kind of a spare part of a software called as software bill of material. So there is a recent regulation that is issued by the SIRC, which says that every bank or every critical infrastructure company has to start maintaining a bill of material for their hardware. I don't know how many of you have heard about these Hezbollah attacks by what you call Israel's Mossad. Hezbollah, which is a terrorist organization, typically is extremely cautious in terms of doing any terrorist activity. They don't use mobile phones for their attacks, and they started using only the pagers because mobile phones are prone for signal tracking. But Israel, knowing this, has actually opened the mobile pagers when they are manufactured before getting supplied to Hezbollah, and a payload has been inserted into the mobile pager so that when the pagers are delivered to the Hezbollah terrorists and a message has come on that pager, they started exploding on the face of the terrorist. Now imagine this kind of a situation happening to the payment sound boxes that we have, or the kind of a card swipe machines that we have, or the ATM machines that we are going to have. The moment some kind of a trigger happens and the machine starts exploding. So what exactly is the controls that we need to know when we are actually using some of the devices, and where do these devices getting manufactured, and who are the kind of the people who have access to this supply chain, and what exactly is the supply chain vendors did as a process to these components is an important activity, not only for the software, but also for the hardware of these devices, which is called as a BOM audit, which is being called by the certain auditors. And lastly, the mother of all these cyber security risks, which is called as post-quantum cryptography. We all know today we rely upon the banking services because everything is encrypted. You have got your data encrypted, you have got your card details encrypted into tokens, but there is an expectation that when the computers move from classical computing to quantum computing, all our encryption algorithms will be completely useless, and people are expecting that this kind of a scenario, which is called as a quantum threat horizon, when these technologies are available to the commercial uses, is going to be 2030. By that time, lot of our encryptions are going to go for a toss, and these machines can break all the passwords, and that's the reason most of the companies today are extremely worried in terms of 2030 event, and it is going to be like a kind of Y2K event when the companies have to actually gear up to what is called as a post-quantum cryptography world. Reserve Bank of India has constituted recently a committee to look into the post-quantum computing threat and to suggest certain measures as to what banks are supposed to do to overcome the post-quantum computing threat in the near future. I think there is a lot of science fiction that we have heard about, which is like a kind of a world into the future. But what exactly is the way we as chartered accountants can make ourselves relevant in this IT world? What exactly we need to do to enhance our capability building? I think the first and foremost, follow the regulations from the authorities. This is an extremely relevant input which anybody has to do as a chartered accountant if you are handling any kind of an IS audit, or as a chartered accountant if you have been called upon to control testify or given internal control assurance. Please be clear in terms of the recent regulations that have been issued by the authorities. METI has issued India AI governance guidelines. RBI has come out with a guidelines in terms of AI accelerated cyber attacks. RBI also has come out with a guidelines on AI governance and security. If you have seen the two draft guidelines issued by RBI, RBI also has issued a guidelines in terms of data governance draft, model risk management guidelines draft, and then the Data Security Council of India has also published certain literature for us to understand what exactly is the taxonomy of AI and cyber security. So as chartered accountants who are trying to use internal control assurance for their control functions in an IS environment, it is important that we need to follow these regulations and try to see what is expected when we are trying to give an assurance function. And thankfully, even CA Institute has come out with a lot of guidelines. There is a compendium of the information system audit standards that has been released in March 2026. And we also have very good publications. If you go to AI in ICAI portal, we have got good enough of publications in terms of the data governance and the cyber security and the privacy and ethical aspects of AI. And there is also a certification course on AI in ICAI, both level 1 and level 2, which the members can take up to enhance their AI literacy, AI expertise which is required if we were to really operate in this new era of banking actually. And lastly, on a lighter note, why don't we try to convert some of our binge time into a kind of a learning experience? Pick up a book actually, which can tell you wonderfully what exactly is happening in the world today. I can suggest a book which is basically Ransom War by Max Smith, a fantastic book, which actually tells how the ransomware groups operate in a real world. What exactly is the information infrastructure that they use for the purpose of doing ransomware operations, a brilliant eye-opener. Or if you are not fond of books, and if you want to watch web series, I can recommend Apple TV web series called as Tehran. I don't know how many of you have watched the 3 seasons of Tehran. You will know how exactly Israeli Mossad operates when it has to actually do a kind of a cyber attack on its targets actually. A web series is a kind of a good interest, like a 0-day attack, for example, another web series in Netflix, or a Tehran web series in terms of an Apple TV. These are all good insights into the cyber security domain as it is getting unfolded. And recently, even in the Indian context, I don't know how many of you have watched Pritam and Pedro, which is a recent Netflix activity that has come out, web series that has come out. Very interesting way to look into. And lastly, I'm done. And lastly, we also can look into the documentaries actually. HBO Max has released a documentary on the world's most wanted teenage hacker. Can you guess the age of the person who hacked the Sony Entertainment System in 2013? It is just 13 years. And these people are hacking not for the purpose of money, not for the purpose of ideology, but they are hacking for just lols. Lol is laughing out loudly. Just to showcase to the Gen Zs, want to showcase to the world that we can hack and then we can make your systems go down is the only objective for the cyber security attack. And how do these minds operate is fantastically brought out in this web series called, or a documentary called, World's Most Wanted Hacker. I think I have given you enough of inputs on this. So let me conclude broadly. We have discussed the 3 major activities in this session. 1, how AI is trying to influence the cyber security, how it is increasing the threat landscape, how it is accelerating the cyber attacks, how it is actually increasing the cyber defense controls in a AI simulated environment. We also looked into beyond AI, if people have to move to the next generation, the way API controls need to be taken care of, the way PQC challenges are to be met, the way BOM has to be used for the purpose of managing the third-party risks, and converting some amount of your binge time into a learning experience by following some RBI guidelines, ICAI guidelines, and watch some Netflix web series or commentaries or documentaries on the internet that is available. You will be good to go with respect to the basics or 101 of cyber security. I think this is all what I have, and thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, sir. Today's session reminded us that in the digital era, knowledge is our greatest defense. You have not only enlightened us on the power of artificial intelligence, but also made us aware of the importance of staying vigilant against cyber threats. Thank you for sharing your expertise and inspiring us to embrace technology with confidence and responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give him a well-deserved round of applause. Now, may I request CCM Rajendra Kumar sir and Mandav Sunil Kumar sir to present a memento to Speaker Srinivas Enamandra sir. request CA Rekha Uma Shiv ma'am, RCM.
A very good evening to one and all. Thank you, Srinivasi and Mantra sir, for this wonderful and insightful session. So I think throughout the session, this one message stands with absolute clarity. Technology has been an enabler so far, but after your session, we have to give a second thought whether technology is a disabler, whether it is disruptive, and if it is getting into the wrong hands, it could be a weapon. And also, after listening to all the kind of attacks that you have shared, it could be malware, or it could be an adaptive malware, it could be deep fake, it could be even with respect to your phishing attacks. One thing stands very clear is these threats are not new, especially to our fraternity. But with AI, it has increased the scale and the speed and the sophistication of these cyber attacks. So this is not a cause for fear, but a call for precaution and also the measures you have to take while dealing with AI. Again, a call for preparedness. Thank you so much, sir, for this very insightful session. And as finance professionals, we stand in a place where we have both finance and compliance, and we stand as a trust between the technology as well as the compliance package. So here it is our absolute duty to make sure that we not only understand these AI-related attacks, but also take precautionary steps to mitigate them. Thank you once again for this wonderful session. And also, you also brought about this wonderful opportunity for CAs, which is an API audit. And I think most of us were unaware of such opportunity that lies in the fraternity. And all the very best. And thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session.
Thank you, madam. So as we come to the close of an enriching and eventful day of first day of 58th Regional Conference, we reflect with gratitude on the wealth of knowledge shared, the thought-provoking deliberations, and the meaningful interactions that have marked today's journey.